Right, hello everyone. Welcome to the show. Anglo Gang here every Thursday at 7 o'clock. Always 10 minutes late, but we're here. And coming back to the show, we've got my trusty co-host SJJ. Welcome to the show, SJJ.
What's up?
What's up? Returning special guest for the third time. Is it the third time? Tharium.
Yes. Hello there.
Let's go.
Hello. Let's go. Woo! High energy beginning to the show. Yay! Woo, 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 woo. So we got like four big stories. We've obviously got Keir Starmer releasing all of his orc hordes from prison onto the streets so they can rape and murder, so they can make more room for protesters. We've got the whole pension thing, basically kill the pensioners off. They can freeze to death during the winter because we have to give money to climate change and whatever. I don't know. We've got Conor McGregor saying he wants to be president. And then we got the big Trump story about Haiti and the Haitians eating the pets and so on and so forth. And then we'll talk about the Second World War. And then we got some other stuff lined up. So that's the show. I mean, I guess I'm calling it the dam. I mean, I don't want to get into the news. People are going to ask, why have you got the dam busters up there? So I might as well just get this over and done with right at the beginning.
Yeah,
we're not going to go
start.
Yeah, we're not going to get to. We're going to stick to news first, history second. But nonetheless, people are going to ask. It's because George and other people have always asked me what I'm trying to achieve, and the analogy, the metaphor. One of the perfect metaphors, I think, is the dam busters. The idea being that British nationalism, British ethno-nationalism, is like a river, and there's a dam in the way, and it's blocking the river. And if we just break the dam, then it will flow back to the ocean. Do you see what I mean? And everything will be carried along with it in like a tidal wave. And what is that dam? That dam is Neo-Nazism and associating ethno-nationalism with Hitler and all of this stuff. So it needs to be cleared away. And the Dam Busters is a good metaphor because obviously it's a movie that celebrates a heroic achievement within the Second World War of these, great RAF fighters who created a special magic bouncing bomb, great piece of British engineering, which kind of like bounced along the water and then blew up these dams within Nazi Germany. So it's a great kind of military victory, which I remember as a child. I remember, this movie would get played on the BBC and people would talk about it and it would be celebrated. You don't really see that kind of thing on the TV anymore. And you certainly don't see any kind of nationalists talking about it or celebrating it. And I think that is the death of the nation. That's the death of your patriotism. Because you have to celebrate your warrior heroes. So that's why the show is called the Dam Busters. But we're not going to get too much into history right now. I don't want to go on a complete tangent at the beginning of the show. I just thought I'd tell you, just in case you're wondering. We want to talk about Keir Starmer releasing his prisoners. So, SJJ, you got anything to say about that?
Keir Starmer has decided to release early. I think everybody's aware he's releasing early due to the loads of prisoners onto the streets. It's 1,700 to start with, followed by more later because the prison population is at its peak. There was like 100 prison places only remaining in the entire country. So now we have all these videos coming out. It started the other day, and the guys who are coming out are actually violent criminals. Yeah, many of them. Mm-hmm. We were told that they were not going to be. Yeah. They are, because people were there to film them on the way out and asking them what were you in for, and they're like, drink driving and fighting and things like this.
Yeah. Did you see the video of the white English guy with the beard? And he came out. And
that's the guy I'm speaking of. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of sympathise with him, but that's probably just
he didn't seem so bad, did he?
He seemed all right. Yeah,
but there have been some actual murderers and rapists released early too.
The black guy involved in a machete attack has been released.
We got this guy released from prison yesterday, arrested today for rape, sexual assault.
Oh my god!
Just-
what the heck?
That took like 24 hours,
Yeah.
you know. Just like fuck me.
Oh, look at that! Two lady police officers as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll get into the. I've got some good police videos.
They probably got raped in the back of the police van, taking him to the police station.
Oh, it's not rape if they want it though.
Oh,
Like all of those prison
my
guards.
God, dude.
oh, getting dark. Hey, I've you just reminded me. I forgot my disclaimer at the beginning of the video. This is a peace and love live stream. Peace and love live stream. We love
Yeah.
everybody.
Look,
We're against violence.
as the women in the prison also
Yeah.
really loved all the prisoners they were looking after.
They were sharing the love.
Yeah.
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 By the way, you know your disclaimer that you give.
Yeah.
It's kind of not suitable actually, because the component of offence, you know, that like we can get done under.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. It's not that if people come in expecting it to be like peace, love, rainbows and unicorns, then they can then claim that they were offended. So what you have to say at the start is, in fact, actually, we deal with sensitive topics, trigger warning. We believe that we're talking to the converted. So you know, go away now if you're not interested. Okay, you know, so you can't be offended later. You've had your warning, everybody.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking into it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Trigger warning, everybody. Peace and love live stream. But we do. Well, I actually, to be fair, every week I do say, you know, we're just talking about controversial subject matters. So unless they're completely retarded, should we watch this stupid video? Because it's just like fucking dickhead police segment.
I'd like to see you are following me. Is there any reason?
Is there a reason why you're filming?
Yes.
Okay, what's happening?
Why are you following me?
Why are we following you? Why are you filming?
Imagine being followed by these two angry ladies. Just fucking, and this one with a look. Why are you filming? Why are you? You know why he's fucking filming? Because you're full of.
Well, Farian might think that they want it.
Oh no, that's just
he does have a big sword, so you know. And he lives in a country manor with his milkmaids.
Okay.
Anyway, moving on.
Sorry?
Are you filming?
Police officers. Show the number. I didn't see it. 1527, and you are?
I'm also at the police station.
Show the number.
Why are you filming?
Show the number.
Why are you filming?
Show the number.
Why are you filming?
That's your question.
Are you a PC? I feel like
He just talks it down. It's so funny.
My card number is 926.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
Is there any reason why you're following me?
Is there any reason why you're filming?
Yes.
Okay.
But why are you following me?
Because you're filming.
Am I being detained, guys?
No, I'm just asking questions.
Am I free to go?
No, not at the moment.
So I'm being detained?
They got like 12-year-old police officers now.
Yeah.
I don't know, like fucking.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm asking you questions.
No. Am I being detained?
Well, I'm asking questions about why you're filming.
And I just told you. Matters of public interest. I'm making a video over the police. Am I being detained?
You are being detained for questioning, yes. No.
I need to tell me which section you detained me under.
No, I've given you enough.
No.
You've got 2 uniformed colleagues.
Yes.
We've given you identification.
You're the detaining officer?
So we've told you who we are.
Yeah.
I'm DC 926 Durham Bills. What is your full name? My office.
All right, hang on. Okay, I've heard what you said. I heard absolutely everything.
What is your name, please?
Let me just respond to her 1 second. Yeah, I've heard everything you said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you the detaining officer, and which section are you detaining me under?
I'm detaining you under the Terrorism Act at this moment in time.
Which section?
Okay? Please give me your name. Are you fine to give me your name and address? Because the next step is to arrest you. It's as simple as that.
Hang on. Okay. Which section?
Are you
I need to.
Are
You need.
you failing to give me your name and address?
Officer, listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Which you need to tell me which section you detained me under.
Look, are you refusing to get? Simple as this. Okay, you got 2 options. Give us your details, or you get arrested.
So, do I have to give you my details? Under which law?
Under the policing law. If you refuse,
Under what?
If you refuse, I'll simply arrest you. Not a problem.
Okay. Section 43 of the Terrorism Act does not require me to give you my name and address.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, hang on. If you have reasonable, hang on.
Are you refuse your name and address? Because the next step is simply to arrest you. We're asking you your personal details.
This one here looks fed up with it. She's like,
I don't have
You're
to.
arrested. So you're under arrest. It's
Okay.
handcuffs, please. Pick up for me. It's now 16:25 hours, and you're under arrest. You don't say anything. It may harm your defence if you do not mention my question. Something which later on in court you can do say maybe giving evidence.
All right. I'm not going to be aggressive, officer.
We are aware of a video circulating where our officers spoke to and detained a male. Whilst our officers deal with hundreds of interactions with members of the public on a daily basis and do so professionally and fairly, we recognise on this occasion we got it wrong.
Ooh.
Having reviewed the footage, we understand this situation could have been handled better,
Ooh.
and we are genuinely sorry for this, and we wish to issue an apology to the individual involved.
Ooh.
Or
You can beat them, huh?
So I've got another one from this same guy. It's a funny one.
They must hate it so much when they find someone who knows a little bit about the law, clearly more than them.
Yeah, you could see that, like, especially the other girl. She's like, "Oh, I don't like this. I don't like
Just
this.
leave
Oh,
him.
Yeah,
He's filming. Oh,
yeah. So I mean, just the takeaway, just try and learn something from this. First of all, film them. Second of all, ask them what section of the law they're being arrested. You're being arrested under, because they've got to explain it to you. Apparently.
even if you don't know, that's still good.
Yeah,
because you've got it on tape then that you can use in your defense.
Yeah, you can say I was unfairly arrested. Bush. Yeah.
If you're not recording though, they'll just say whatever they want.
They'll just say whatever they want. Yeah, they'll just screw you over. Yeah.
All right, this one then. We'll play this, and then I know this guy is and everything, so I can give you a bit more context.
Is he Polish? Is he?
I don't know. Actually, I think he might be like maybe half Asian or something. Believe it or not.
Oh, okay.
It's funny though.
Are you filming something?
Yeah.
What are you filming?
Not a lot, just...
Well, my name's PC Hi. Okay.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Why are you filming? What are you up to?
Did you smoke anything?
Did I smoke anything?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
You sure?
Yeah.
Are you feeling a bit high?
No, I'm just wondering why you're outside the police station filming somebody, or me, or what my colleagues are doing inside the station.
I just literally just arrived.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you up to?
Not a lot. What are you up to?
Well, I'm asking you questions. Your behaviour.
Well, we already know what you're up to. Smoking ganja.
Absolutely not.
So why are you high?
Okay.
Can you answer the question? Why are you high?
I'm not high. I'm absolutely copacetic.
You said you are high.
No, I didn't. At no point did I say that.
Yes,
Have
you
you got
did.
any ID on you?
ID?
Yeah.
What kind of ID are you looking for? Don't be so rude. You asked me for something and then...
Anyway.
Oh,
so,
that's pathetic, isn't it?
He's just a wind-up merchant. And do you know, it would just look a lot better if they had a sense of humor about it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is like half the problem. They're just so fucking serious that they can't. They got to do it by the book so hard that they end up getting like broken by their own rules. You know, it's kind of like if you don't bend in the wind, you'll break. You know, it's like the hard-nosed school teacher who's just really, really strict and's got no sense of humor, and all the students just end up hating them. So,
yeah, the thing to remember about police as well is that they are not like, deeply knowledgeable about the law. They have basic training, and they're trained about various types of interactions, and then they have to learn like their PACE handbook. So they really have kind of limited knowledge just about like the usual interactions that they'll have on the streets and their basic powers. And when they're like out of their water, they really don't know what to do. But this phenomenon that this guy is doing is known as auditing. So it's become a phenomenon recently. Auditors, they're basically busybodies. They like to go around the country and just start filming and provoke interactions. And because people don't understand the law around that you're allowed to film in a public place, people come into their face and say, "What are you doing? You don't have the right to film me." Blah blah blah, and it creates content. So that's what's going on.
Oh yeah, so he is a wind-up merchant. Yeah, for sure.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, but it is kind of funny watching the police fail to deal with it. But yeah, I remember the last time I had an interaction with a copper. He came round and he had like this little book on him, which he just whipped out, and he was flicking through it to like figure out like what, I don't know, it's a like little rule book that they have like on them, and I don't know what it is, but I'd love to get my hands on it and see what they, do you know what I mean? Like,
it's probably got that skin color chart from Family Guy.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Anyway, let's watch this. I think this is the last one I got. We're against violence, but anyway, whatever. This is what happens. Like, when are the police going to end up getting fed up?
Wow, disavow.
Disavow. That's it. That's the end of the copper. There you go. So,
He's a big
yeah,
guy.
I
That
mean,
was a big guy.
he was a big guy, yeah. Tried to arrest him. Now, if he was arresting an English person, they just come along quietly, but he's not. He's trying to arrest an immigrant, and he gets a punch in the face. So, I don't know, man. Like, when are the police going to learn to hate? When are they going to come back on our side? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I think the army is on our side. I don't think Keir Starmer really trusts them, because during the riots, some people were calling for sending the military, and there was just silence on that.
Yeah. Yeah, is that Scottish, well, Pakistani Scottish guy, wasn't it? Yeah. Send in the military. Sure, that's a good idea.
Because if the military then go, no, that's a problem for you if you're pretending you're in charge.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the generals and so on and so forth are very woke, but yeah, the rank and file.
Yeah. The very upper ranks, they're assigned by the Prime Minister. So through the MOD, like the Prime Minister suggests to the Ministry of Defence who it should be, and that's what gets put in. But yeah, all the fighting men are still overwhelmingly white working class lads.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is another point. Like, again, we're peace and love live stream, but if you kind of want the army on your side, and the army, they like Churchill, generally speaking, they're the kind of people that would watch The Dam Busters, the movie. They're the kind of people that, I mean, actually, I went to an army barracks recently because I applied for, but I didn't anyway. But if you go into a barracks, you'll see they have all kinds of pictures and you know, they've got the history of their regiment and so on and so forth. And they know the battles that they fought, because they're into military history, essentially. Like most army blokes, if you talk to them, they know a bit about, you know, this and that and the other. So they're the kind of people that are going to be completely disgusted by neo-Nazis. They're not going to be into it at all. They might have like a passing kind of respect for the Third Reich and, like, you know, their military tactics and the bravery of the soldiers or whatever. I don't think they'll be too ideological about it, but they're not going to like the Nazis. So if you're promoting neo-Nazism and you're making jokes like, you know, at least we're not speaking German or whatever, you're pushing the army away, right? And really, you want the army on your side, especially if, like, you know, push comes to shove, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, I'm a big Starship Troopers enjoyer, and the idea that violence is the supreme authority from which all other authorities are based is just true.
Yeah.
And no one has a higher level of violence than the military anywhere. So, yeah.
Wait, so just so I understand, do you also ascribe to might makes right then?
Yes. It's not saying that's good, but it is just true. Like if you say
that's
4
natural law is what you're saying.
If you say 2 + 2 equals 4, and I say no, it's not, and I've got more guns than you, that's it. It doesn't equal 4 then.
Well, it
so
does.
What do you think, interestingly?
No, well, hang on, because it's an interesting philosophical argument. I mean, it does. 2 + 2 will still equal 4.
Yes.
I mean, I think the idea of how you square the circle with the might is right argument is you have to understand that natural law has the might in the long term. So bad people can pop up and they can take control of a society and they can say 2 + 2 = 5, or a man is a woman or whatever. But eventually they will be washed away by the might of nature.
I also believe like that truth eventually will always win out, because
Yeah.
if you're trying to build anything on a foundation of lies, it will just, you can't do that. It's like building on sand, it will collapse.
Yeah. And also, I mean, because also it's worth pointing out in regards to the might is right argument, because it's used by a lot of atheists, or Satan worshippers, or whatever. You know, do what thou will shall be the whole of the law is the famous thing said by Aleister Crowley, who was once described as the most evil man in England, and actually he's on the Sgt. Pepper album cover, as I'm sure you all know. If you like, if you the cover in the right way, his like head is at the top of it, you know, at the top of the pyramid. But he believes in might is right. So it's used by a lot of really, really bad people. But I think if you really follow the argument through, and you think about God, ultimately God is the ultimate might. And like you can disagree with him, but he'll crush you eventually. So the argument does kind of get squared off, even though it's an argument often used by atheists. It can be an argument used by people that believe in God as well.
Yeah, but it's some, I've heard some people say it's the Nazis created that idea, but it's so much older. Like there's writings about it in ancient Greece, because it's just, what are you going to do when someone with more guns or swords than you turns up? You've lost that.
Yeah. It's Vi Victus, isn't it? I was talking about this the other day. Vi Victus, I think it was Brennus, who sacked Rome. And I was talking about this the other day because somebody was pointing out, it was Brennus. Somebody was saying, because I was having a discussion about Geoffrey Monmouth's History of the Kings of England. And there's a Brennus in the History of the Kings of England. And this guy was saying to me that actually that Brennus is the Brennus that sacked Rome. So I don't know. I mean, it happened a long time ago. Who knows? But whatever. I mean, the story is in early Rome, an army led by the Gauls, Brennus, they got in there. The Romans had to go and hide on the top of the hill, and they eventually gave some ransom, and then they're putting the gold on the scales, and Brennus puts his sword on the scale to push it down, and the Romans start complaining. They're like, that's a bit unfair. And he's like, Vi Victus, woe to the vanquished. You know, as in like, mate, I've just conquered your city. Might is right. Give me the gold, you know.
You're going to complain? You think that's a good idea? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's quite fun. Yeah, it's a very old idea. Should we watch this and then it's done?
Well, before we move on, can I just say?
Go on.
So we were talking about that and what Tharium said, like this might is right concept. It reminded me that because September the 11th has just passed, okay, and in 1990 on September the 11th, George W. Bush came and famously announced the New World Order, in which he said, we have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. So in many ways, this was like an attempt to like change this, wasn't it? What do you think about that?
Change. I mean, change what? Move into a world where every country in the world is forced to have a liberal democracy. Do you mean?
I guess so.
Yeah.
I think it depends is the law in line with reality, with truth? That he's saying like we're ruled by the rule of law, but if it's not in that, it's not going to work, is it? Eventually, then nature will come and stamp on it and choke it out. We can't, because that's how it is.
Yeah, look at the Soviet Union. I mean, Jesus Christ, nobody wants to mess with Stalin and the secret police. Like the entire nation was totally terrified, and yet it collapsed.
Before us, the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations.
Sinisterly, on September the 11th, 1990. What about that for coincidences?
Oh, really? Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought you didn't like conspiracy theories, SJJ.
Well, It's interesting. I've sent you a few coincidences in our DMs.
Yeah, true.
Of course,
I don't like to publicly get known as the like the kooky guy.
and of course, he's saying this while being the head of the American military, the biggest stick around that he can beat anyone who doesn't like it with. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has to be established, because everyone's talking about the New World Order. It's really got to be nailed down that it was actually Woodrow Wilson that came up with this idea, the New World Order. And I've been on the internet talking about conspiracy theories for flipping years before I figured this out. I blamed it on H.G. Wells. I thought it came from the Fabian Society, because H.G. Wells wrote a book called The New World Order, but it doesn't. It comes from Woodrow Wilson, and it is his vision to give American-style democracy to the world. So this whole conspiracy theory, Alex Jones thing, they're building a new world order. No, we already live in the New World Order. Mm-hmm. That's it. We have a United Nations, which is just the repeat of the League of Nations, which was established by Woodrow Wilson. We have that. We have American dominance of the world, and we have America using military force to force every nation in the world to have a democracy. So we live in the New World Order. It's not something that they're planning to create. They've already created it.
Yep.
So yeah, there you go. That's the way I feel about it anyway.
George says there are no coincidences in this world. I'm yet to be convinced.
I think George is a coincidence. There you go. Should we watch these retards detector? And we'll finish the retarded police segment, because this one kicked off pretty well. This is the lady. She was spat on, I think, by an immigrant, and the police were like, "You can't call him a dirty immigrant." It's just it's like satire at this point.
So you have a problem with my words?
Yes.
Because a filthy migrant just spat on me.
Yeah,
you've got the issue with me.
A filthy migrant.
I just love the look on his face, the wider. He's like nodding his head, yeah. I've done this in training, right? Yeah. That they believe this shit. Do you know what I mean? They genuinely think they're in the right.
He's filthy and he's migrant and he attacked me like the other one.
Which is offensive, isn't it?
We can't challenge that language because
there's people in the public.
Okay, what's your numbers? So you'll find my language offensive. 1483 3028.
I'm still happy to help you with your
1192.
Challenge you when you use language like that.
Especially when you're here in the public as well, because obviously the people walking past us.
I think that's fair.
Well, I think filthy migrants attacking English people is disgusting. And that's an issue.
Well,
Since when is swearing a crime?
Get spoken to with respect too.
No, you don't.
People
like human beings just doing our job.
People can hear that.
Well, I'm not interested in a PC lecture. If you want to take my details, that's fine. So you have a problem with my work?
Yeah. British
I believe
fed up with these people.
I believe swearing in public is actually still illegal, but it's just not one of those things that is enforced, unlike public decency laws. But
is it? Oh my God.
I think it is, but of course it's still there. So if you're the sort of person they want to go after, then they can use that against you.
Right.
Look, I'd like to say something here. That the thing is, it's okay watching these people, and they're all in the right. Like the auditors are in the right, and whatever technically and whatever. But it is in your interest when you are faced with these, as Brutus calls them, the retard police, to just obey and to not go along with it for your own interest. Otherwise, you are going to cop a charge. I mean, and so you don't want that. You want to get out of these situations without ending up with a charge. So, it might seem like you're being cocky and being right, but you have to win the war, not the quick battle.
Yeah, no, 100% agree. Like whenever I have to deal with authorities,
be smart.
I'm just really quiet and really I don't know. You kind of you don't want to shout at them. You just want to be really calm, really polite, and that is the best way to get them to do whatever it is you need them to do. If you start shouting at them, it's a big problem. Definitely.
Yeah, so I've watched a bunch of these videos. You know, it's like the sovereign citizen guys, okay, who believe that like they know all the common law and everything, so that when you have an interaction with police, you can like word game your way out of it. And so I was watching this stuff, and it was a few years ago now, but I was just coming home, and the police car put the blue lights on behind me, pulled me over. And so I'd been watching all this stuff, and I was like, okay, all right, I know my rights, what I'm going to do here. And so I like wound the window down like 2 fingers of a crack, and the policeman comes up to the side of the window and goes, all right, lad, jump out of the car for me. And I'm like, I'm allowed to stay here, thank you, officer. And he's like, is there something that I need to know about? And in that moment, I like knew that like everything that I watched on YouTube just crumbled away, and he was now suspecting me like of a real crime. Yeah. I literally had nothing to hide, and so I just like went, I'll get out, and just like crumbled, got out, and it was actually fine. You know, it was actually fine. But I realized if I'd have escalated it, you know, they'd have pinned something on me.
Yeah.
Just because they're dicks.
I mean, you can do that stuff if you actually know the law, but if you don't, then like, it's a bit of a risk, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That whole free man of the land thing was, I don't know, it's very amusing. I just feel like it's like a people out there realize that they don't know the law, and they have like some kind of like vague sense that there is a common law which sort of protects them, but they don't really understand what it is. And so then they just go on the internet, watch a bunch of random YouTube videos or whatever, and then it gets mixed up with a bunch of weird shit about like your birth certificate is on pink paper, and therefore it's a certain type of contract, and crazy shit like this. And actually you're a civil, you're in a civil contract and a corporation, and it's like what the fuck?
Oh my God.
It's just some crazy weird stuff, you know. Maybe there is some truth in it in some like occult level. I do know a Freemason, like a friend of mine is a Mason, and one time I had a problem with somebody and we were going to go and sort it out, and then I said, what if the police get involved? And what did he say to me? He said, I can't remember the exact phrase. He said, well, if you go in front of a judge, you just have to say, I wish I could remember.
I don't want to tell you it. I can tell you.
Yeah, go on.
You say to the judge, is there no help for the widow's son?
Right, that's not what he said. He said you have to say to them, like, I'm an upstanding member of the community or something, but there was a specific phrase. But yeah, I mean...
Good one.
Maybe what I've watched is way too esoteric.
Yeah. I mean, that one probably works as well. Try that. I don't know. Try them all. I don't know.
Is I'm a good upstanding member of the community really a Freemason thing, or is it just common sense?
But there was a certain way that he said it, and like when he said it, he kind of like gave me this look, and I just
got a raised eyebrow.
Yeah, it's just wait, because he repeated it like 2-3 times.
Yeah.
Like
you have to turn to your left, scratch your elbow, and do a wink at the same time.
Yeah. But I don't know. So I'm sure a lot of that stuff's there, but you're not going to learn that from a flipping YouTube video. So best to stay away. Just be polite to the police, basically.
I feel like with the Freemasons, there's got to be multiple levels, because I know a Freemason as well, and he is a disaster of a man.
Yeah.
Just in all ways, and a failure in business. And you're supposed to be a Freemason, right? You're supposed to be controlling everything. I don't get it. Maybe he's just in the peasant tier, and the real people are in some upper tier, but I don't know.
Well, he probably gets multiple chances. I mean, my Mason friend, actually don't talk to him anymore, but he was a multiple failed businessman, did all kinds of crazy stuff. But you know, he's doing all right. He's not rich or anything like that, just basic kind of lower middle class. But goes to the lodge every now and again, you know what I mean? So
See, the one I know is in a council house, a small council house.
Yeah.
It's just not impressive.
The idea is it's
there
local
are
networking, isn't it, for local businessmen, and then the police are usually Freemasons as well, and councillors and local business people, and they do like deals, and you get to know like the people who own businesses, you get to know the police, you get to know the councillors, because you're hanging around with them in a club.
Yeah. And every town's got a Masonic temple. It's just sitting there. You know what I mean? It doesn't pop up on Google Maps either. But I know, I can't think. Most of the local towns, I know where the Masonic temples are. And it's not like they have a big flipping sign out the front saying this is the Freemason temple. It just looks like a weird building.
Some do actually. I've seen some of these temples with the sign, the Masonic Lodge of wherever. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely still there. It's still active. It still works. I think it's just like any secret society. I mean, you got your people down at the bottom who don't really know much about it, and then you got your higher levels who are really in charge of things and powerful. So, I mean, segueing on from this, like, I don't know if you've seen this picture before. I stumbled across this on 4chan years ago, and I didn't save it. But look, this is Charles Linton, charged and appeared in court at Bow Street Magistrate Court for importunity in a public toilet with another male. So that's Tony Blair, right?
Yeah.
Is this true?
Well, this is the thing. I don't know if this is just an internet myth. But anyway, it says in 1983, Bow Street Magistrate Court.
Yeah, good.
Certain Charles Linton was fined £500 for attempted soliciting in city toilets. The police notes were to disappear later, along with several prior warnings. Charles Linton was well known at university as Miranda, a promiscuous cross-dresser who played the guitar badly. Charles Linton are the middle names of Tony Blair. I mean, I don't know if it's true, but I hope it is.
I believe that 100%.
I have a philosophy that if something's funny, I believe it.
Yeah. I mean, that photo is weird.
Yeah.
That is a weird picture.
Imagine that face looking at you in a toilet looking for an inopportunity.
Yeah, I'd rather not. God. Yeah, dude. Yeah. So, yeah. So, what else? So that's the police. That's the police bullshit. That's all my videos played. What is the? Are we going to talk about the Trump thing? You want to talk about that, or you want to talk about Tommy Robinson? What are we going to segue into next?
Let's do Trump. That's funny.
Let's do Trump. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's Chinese takeaway. I mean, people are just talking about foreigners eating cats now.
Yeah.
But so anyway, we all know the story. Donald Trump, basically, he had the debate with Kamala Harris. And during the debate, he said they're eating the cats, right? They're eating the dogs. They're eating it, and this is just.
They're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats.
We all have so much more in common than what separates us.
They're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats.
It's just.
We all have so much more in common.
It's so great. It's so great. So.
Did you watch the debate?
No.
Me neither. Tharium, did you?
No. God,
oh my God.
I can't believe anyone watches those things.
Yeah.
So I'm
happy.
Here.
Yeah. I'm happy to just get the funny clips the day after. That's all I need.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about the debate is like nobody remembers anything except for Donald Trump saying they're eating the dogs. I mean, that's just it. It's just basically got boiled down to a meme. Yeah.
The whole thing is just theatre, and I don't know why people buy into it.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're running the premier political YouTube channel and none of them watch the debates.
But I
know.
Of the leader of the free world.
Yeah. But their moderator, he says, oh no, the city, like the head of the city said that absolutely isn't happening. But of course he does, because he's the one who brought in all the pet eating Haitians.
Yeah, I'm searching. I thought I reposted a bunch of stuff, but I just can't find it. No, but this one's quite funny.
It's for food. So maybe he said that if my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
My dog was taken.
Oh, poor dog. I mean, yeah. Anyway, I thought I had a whole bunch of other. Oh, there's this guy. He went around interviewing.
It's not fake news. So a van had over 100 cats in it with the Haitians. They said they was eating them.
Actually?
Yeah.
Not fake news.
Not fake news.
So a van was collecting cats and eating them.
I watched it happen, yeah. Watched them get pulled over with the cats and admit to the police that they was eating them.
You're not joshing with me.
No, I'm almost 50 years old, buddy. No.
You don't mess around.
No.
Okay, this is...
So there you have it. They fact-checked him on that because of some letters that they got somewhere from a city manager saying, well, we don't believe that's true. Do you think the city manager is going to go out and say, well, that's what's happening? Here's who is saying it. The Attorney General of the state of Ohio. This came out today. Dave Yost is the Attorney General for the state of Ohio. And he accused the media of ignoring evidence surrounding those claims in Springfield that they're having their pets abducted and eaten. The Attorney General of Ohio says it's real.
Had over 100 cats in it with the...
Anyway, so there you go. It's real. The Haitians are eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the animals. There you go.
I mean, and why is this surprising? They do it in Haiti. Like, and they eat people in Haiti, for God's sake. Do you think they won't eat a stray cat?
Yeah.
Like, so much of the rest of the non-Western world just thinks eating all of these animals is just, well, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean,
There's at least one
Chinese will eat anything. What's his face? Elon Musk just posted a video of a young black lady from America who is the daughter of a Haitian man who came over like 20, 30 years ago or whatever. And she was basically just saying that her father told her that on the island, everybody does voodoo and they sacrifice cats and dogs and animals in voodoo sacrifices. So yeah, that's it. That's what goes on. That's what Haiti is. I mean, interestingly, I don't know if this is true or not because I've read about it in a book, but apparently the word for zombie, first of all, it was a Haitian voodoo term, but apparently it was the name of one particular man whose name was actually Zombie, and he was just like killing. He was famous for killing lots and lots of white people during the revolution, and so he became kind of like a folk hero. And then the name became incorporated into like Haitian folklore and voodoo, and so that's where the word zombie itself comes from. It comes from, it's transferred from voodoo into the idea of somebody walking around, they're a bit zombified, into the idea of it's undead, into the idea of mass disease and what have you. But the word zombie itself is a voodoo word, but nonetheless, they do a lot of voodoo. They do a lot of animal sacrifice, blood sacrifice. Yeah, that's what's going on.
And linking it to here, there have been a lot of farmers have had their livestock stolen and killed by the new arrivals for this sort of stuff. Right? Sometimes they've had like a sheep that's been strung up by a tree and killed in halal slaughter by I wonder who did that, right?
Yeah. Well, I knew a guy who, working class bloke. I don't know how he ended up talking to these. I think he was on a building site or something, but he was talking to some like Algerians or whatever, and they were just like, they just told him that like for lunch they just go to a field and grab a sheep.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Why
Yeah.
not? They pull the van up on the side of the road, run into the field, grab a sheep, throw it in the back of the van, drive off, chop it up, skin it, eat it. Like, they just didn't really think. It wasn't really a big deal for them at all. You know why? Why not? It's just like free food standing in a field, right?
Yeah.
So, Yeah, and then there's multiple stories of geese going missing. You know, 3 geese.
There's the picture of the guy with a goose.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's at least one police body cam footage from America of a woman skinning a cat, a Haitian skinning a cat. Have you seen that one?
Yeah.
So there is evidence of it. It must be remembered that the average IQ, I looked this up, of a Haitian is 67.
Yeah.
So this 67, if you think about that, I've also looked up in the state of Florida, the limit at which you can be deemed not disabled so they can execute you for a crime is an IQ of 70. So more than half of the entire population of Haitians are like more retarded than you could even like be executed for a crime. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Let's bear in mind, Haiti was founded by a genocide. Like, these aren't probably the best people. When the first thing they do is, let's genocide all the white people, then let's genocide all the half-white people.
Yeah,
Well,
it's created by a genocide, and it's a genocide that's still celebrated today as a revolution. And it's actually, I mean, it is kind of part of the Enlightenment revolutions, because it happened in that period. Like, I think it happened pretty close to the French Revolution in that kind of decade. So it's a nation which is founded on
your mic's going to touch your wire.
I'll touch my wire if you tell me to.
There you go.
It's founded on a genuine success.
Okay, let's move on.
Moving on.
Okay, we need a code word. What shall we say? Helicopter or something when you're fading
helicopter.
out.
No, just tell me to touch my wire.
Yeah.
Just keep going with that. That could be the ongoing joke from now on. Yeah. I like touching my wire. Why not? But it's better now. What was I talking about? Yeah, a genuine successful black slave uprising, because there aren't really many of them, to be fair. But they got away with it because they live on an island, and I guess the Cubans didn't care, and the French were really far away, and they came in and they all died of malaria, and so they just succeeded, and so it's just become this great, the revolutionary myth of the Haitian. So they celebrate the genocide. It's a celebration of white genocide. Yeah. And it's all mixed in with their voodoo culture, because I mean, I don't know that much about voodoo, but I think, as far as I understand it, voodoo does essentially, I mean, obviously it originates in Africa, but it was kind of like distilled in Haiti and then brought over as a cultural product into America from Haiti.
Yeah.
So what about Trump's rhetoric this time around then? I mean, from the grapevine, I get that the general feeling is he didn't do that great in this debate, that at least like Kamala Harris didn't blow it, which is what a lot of people were expecting. He came across as like rattled a bit. My normie mum, who actually likes Trump though, but is still a normie, says her impression was like he seemed a bit angry and a bit rattled.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's not as sharp as he used to be, I don't think.
Yeah.
No.
And she obviously had lots of training. She had help from the moderators and everything. But in terms of the rhetoric, it might not be that bad. I mean, back in like 2016, he was saying about Haiti that it's a shithole country. And now he's just saying, save the cats, save the dogs. So it might not be as bad as people think. And another thing my mom said was he seemed a bit silly at times. Some of the things were a bit silly. So, but Colin Liddell made an interesting point. His impression is that maybe this isn't necessarily like a bad move on Trump's part, because you can imagine, like in the deep south of America or something, you know, the average IQ of these people isn't that high either. And many of these people aren't that switched on. And this actually might appeal to them. You know, we're here like highfalutin trying to, you know, work out how does this appeal to like the intellectuals. But no, Trump's appeal is that he does appeal to the idiot class, let's just say, and so they will take away from this. They'll be going well, damn, Doreen, they are eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, and so it might not actually have been a bad strategy.
Yeah. One thing people are also saying about Kamala Harris is her earrings are actually this. They're this brand of microphone that you can speak through. So she was getting so she obviously had people telling her what to say through her earrings.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to go there in favor of being called a kook. But...
Yeah, I think from the debate, Trump's always had a low IQ rhetoric. I mean, people have analyzed his speeches and they've said his speeches have got the IQ level of a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old or whatever. So I don't think that's changed. I think coming out of the debate, like I said at the beginning, the one thing people remember out of this boring exchange was Donald Trump saying they're eating the dogs and the cats. I mean, that's a powerful meme, especially when's the election? In a month's time or something. So
November
the 5th, is it?
Yeah, that's going to stick in people's. It's going to stick in people's minds. But I mean, my take on the whole thing is that they stole it last time. They can steal it this time. All they need is a good enough plausible deniability, and they've kind of got that with Kamala. So unless Trump has actually got a plan to stop them from stealing it with a postal vote or whatever, then
America's political corruption, it's not absolute like some places. So he can win. He's just got to win by a lot more than their sort of fortification margin.
Yeah.
But America does have millions of absolute shitlibs.
Yeah. Oh, that's the other part of this story. Taylor Swift's come out for Kamala, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, that was so orchestrated. And she had this long effort post on Instagram prepared with this picture of herself at the end. And it was posted immediately after the debate. So, I mean, so orchestrated. But I do think that will sway some Swifties, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that lot are nuts. These young women who love Taylor Swift. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about this before, didn't we, SJJ? We were talking about that guy on Twitter who pointed it out. They don't like JD Vance. They don't like him at all.
No.
He's come out, he's called them all cat ladies, and he's essentially just insulted all the white women of America, and they don't like him on a visceral level. And it's just, I mean...
Gives them the ick.
It gives them the ick, and I mean, I kind of like... I don't know. I don't really like JD Vance either, but I mean, I understand the rhetoric, that kind of manosphere rhetoric. Okay, yeah, we've been saying things like this on the internet for a long time, but if I wouldn't say that if I was trying to get elected.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm not trying to get elected, so I can slag off women as much as I like.
Yeah,
if I was trying to get elected, I'd be saying, I don't know, I'd be saying something completely different. That's for sure.
In fairness to him, wasn't all this stuff said prior to him getting the nomination? Or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, the cat ladies thing is recent. I'm not sure if it was before or after, but it's still recent though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So another 5D chess angle that I've heard about Trump doing this, they're eating the cats meme, is that it's a way to diffuse JD Vance's calling women cat ladies. Now Trump is making himself the savior of cats.
Oh my god!
Right.
So now he's reinforced. Before, if anybody was worried about the cat lady comment, now in front of their mind replaced is the meme that Trump is going to save the cats.
Right. So this election's all about cats, basically now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fascinating, isn't it? Well,
yeah, I mean, it could be something.
I thought you weren't into conspiracy theories.
Me?
No,
I'm like,
SJJ.
oh, SJ, yeah, dude. What's going on? What have you been doing the last week? Jeez. going down the rabbit hole.
I saw that latest SpaceX video and my mind got blown away.
Yeah, mate, it's flat. Sorry. Yeah. It's flat. I'm gonna get you one day, and you'll surrender to the flat Earth.
That'll never happen.
Yeah,
I've seen
we'll
a sunset.
Seen a sunset. Yeah, fair enough. Should we watch this fucking horrible shit show of a video? Then?
Oh my god.
I haven't actually seen it, so I've got no idea how bad it is. But in case people in the audience don't know, the parents of Aidan Clark say they wish he had been killed by an older white man instead of a Haitian, because they say his death has been used to spread hate towards migrants. Aidan's father asked for Republicans to stop using his death for political reasons. Like, this is just... We've seen this many, many times before, but anyway, here we go.
In our best interest to be here after the recent comments. You know, I wish that my son, Aidan Clark, was killed by a 60-year-old white man.
Oh my god.
I bet you never thought anyone would ever say something so blunt. But if that guy killed my 11-year-old son, the incessant group of hate-spewing people would leave us alone. The last thing that we need is to have the worst day of our lives violently and constantly shoved in our faces. But even that's not good enough for them. They take it one step further. They make it seem as though our wonderful Aidan appreciates your hate, that we should follow their hate. And look what you've done to us. We have to get up here and beg them to stop. Using Aidan as a political tool is, to say the least, reprehensible for any political purpose.
He's using him as a political tool right
Speaking
now.
of morally bankrupt, politicians, Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump, they have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They can vomit all the hate they want about illegal immigrants, the border crisis, and even untrue claims about fluffy pets being ravaged and eaten by community members.
Oh my god.
However, they are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aidan Clark from Springfield, Ohio. I will listen to them one more time to hear their apologies. To clear the air, my son, Aidan Clark, was not murdered. He was accidentally killed by an immigrant from Haiti. This tragedy is felt all over this community.
What the fuck?
The state and the nation. But don't spend...
Hang on, he wasn't murdered. He was accidentally killed?
Wait, what is the actual circumstances then?
It was a 35-year-old Haitian man was driving his car on the wrong side of the road, down the road, the wrong side, and it hit a school bus in which this child was killed and a bunch of others were injured.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Because you think, like you're saying about Haitian IQ, you think maybe you'd realize, all the cars are going the other way here. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Not in this case, though.
Right. Okay. So, but technically speaking, wasn't murdered. Was a retard accident. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah. Let's just finish this because it gets worse.
It gets worse.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
In order to live like Aidan, you need to accept everyone. Choose to shine. Make the difference, lead the way, and be the inspiration.
Buy our fucking t-shirt.
Oh.
Is the opposite of what you should be doing. Sure, we have our problems here in Springfield and in the U.S., but does Aidan Clark have anything to do with that? Did you know that an 11-year-old boy could be passionate about gardening, that he could haggle for a better price at a yard sale?
Okay.
In our best interest.
All right, whatever. Yeah. So, I mean, this has got to stop. Like, this has just got to stop. This has been going on for such a long time. The only person I remember pushing back at it, I don't know if you remember, like, flipping 8 years ago now, a young girl in Italy, I think, was murdered by a bunch of Africans, and some guy came out, some young Italian man. He came out. He's roaming the streets with a gun, and he like shot some black people as like a revenge killing. He didn't actually kill any of them, and then he got arrested. Like they used to make memes of him, calling him like the god of war of Italy or whatever. But I remember the mother thanked him, essentially.
Mm.
So that's probably one of the only people I've seen push back. There are probably plenty of others, but we just don't hear them because they get squashed. I mean, we talked about this a while ago. Like, what has happened to the parents of? Oh, actually, we did do it. They did come out and say the parents of the children that were murdered in Southport. They did say something about, we don't want to be racist, didn't we? We covered the funeral, didn't we? And the police officer came up and she said a similar thing. Yeah. So anyway, this has got to stop.
Yeah. If I'm killed by an immigrant, I want to be used for as much hate as possible.
Yeah.
You want the woman to come out and go, but he was a filthy immigrant, like we saw at the start.
Yeah. Liam Neeson also said, he told a story that a woman he knew once said that, told him how she'd been raped by a black man, and he was so angry he just went out looking for a black man to beat up.
Right.
Wow.
Very lucky he didn't get fully cancelled for saying this in a television interview.
Hang on. Say that again. I vaguely remember this. Who was
Liam Neeson, the actor?
Yes, I remember that. Yes.
Yeah,
based. Yeah,
but we disavow, of course.
We disavow. Yeah, I remember. I remember he said that. Yeah. So look, this is basic biology, basic psychology. Your family member's attacked. You're supposed to defend your family. You're supposed to rally behind your kin, and yet we just don't do it.
Especially when it's children and women.
Yeah, I think it's a very Anglo-Saxon thing. I mean, I've recently did a video like 2 weeks ago talking about Anglo-Saxon culture, the origins of English individualism. I read that book and it kind of blew my mind. I've got it right here. Where is it? What's it called? Alan McFarlane, The Origins of English Individualism. I didn't understand that our individualism went back so far, because he goes all the way back to 1250. And he talks about, he basically says there's no such thing as a peasant culture in England ever.
No,
not in the way that there's, not in the way they had it in China or India or in parts of Eastern Europe. We never had this culture where you have like a group of people living on the land and, several generations in one kind of family cluster. We never had that. We always had absolute land rights, absolute land property. And we've always had the boomer problem, essentially, where your parents kick you out of the house at 14. That's been going on for centuries. It's nothing new. So, as Anglo-Saxons, we've always been quite brutal to our children.
Yeah. And all Englishmen were expected to be armed and able to defend themselves.
Yeah, but I mean that system, it is a harsh system that we have, but it generated a lot of wealth. England was always recognized as a wealthy nation. So we've always we've always treated our kids in a harsh way, but I don't think we've ever reached this kind of extent, this kind of level of just like, oh, he got killed by an immigrant, I don't care, sort of thing. This is psychotic.
Well, we've always hated the foreigner. Even like the village, like a mile down the road, they're sort of a bit foreign too. That's the traditional English attitude.
Yeah. I mean, well, there was always a lot of social mobility, even in Old England. And people would move around the country quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, like you look at there's a vast difference in linguistically between a Devonshire person, someone from Manchester,
touch your wire.
Man, I'm just gonna have to buy a new computer. I'm not even touching it.
No, it fixes it. It immediately fixes it when you do that, whatever you do.
Oh,
you could get someone else to touch your wire. That would work too.
You need to get what you need is a recording of a female, and then you just play it, and you just drop that, saying "touch your wire, Brutus." Do you know what I mean? Or maybe not. I don't know. That's just an idea. Anyway, moving on. I don't know where that
Fancies are
came
coming
from.
out now. All right.
Just to make the show more interesting, you know, whatever. I could listen to that 2, 3, 4, 5 times through the stream. What were we talking about? Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. Look, the solution to this is we've got to fucking shame these people, I suppose. Like
Yeah.
that's the solution.
Yeah, he's saying that he was getting people were attacking him. I highly doubt that. I highly doubt anyone was attacking him before he made this stupid statement.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why would anybody be attacking the family? I mean, you know of any right wingers who like don't like immigrants who like when somebody loses a son or a daughter, they go and attack the family? I mean, what the heck?
Yeah.
I've never heard of this.
It's common though. You know, people would say, "Oh, I'm getting so much abuse on Twitter. Can you post any of it?" No. Okay. They just make up this stuff.
Yeah. All I can say about this is, look, grief is an incredibly weird thing, and I'm not talking about your friend Grief. I'm talking about grief. He's an okay guy, but grief is a weird. It does weird things to people. So, is this?
I think
the
these
way to
people
cope?
were
I don't know.
just rabid Democrats before this, and that this is their minds have just been rotted by that. Even to the point
Well,
where
I think somebody has to come up to them and say,
I'm sure
we
there
need you
was.
to do this. We need you
But
to do this thing.
These two were probably willing because they were just blind Democrats.
I bet somebody comes up to them, has a word in the air, and says, "Look,
yeah.
you know, you've lost your son. You can turn this into something good. You can make a legacy for your son. Do something amazing for the world.
Yeah.
You know, and it's the
they
ultimate
hate
virtue signal.
They hate Trump more than they love their son.
Yeah, I mean, I've flipping. Oh, we can watch this, but flipping. Raw Egg Nationalist posted something. I couldn't find. I should have retweeted it, but he did mention there is like literally a specific NGO in place in America which targets these people and gets in there, and yeah, there you go. So that's it. I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do. Create our own NGO. I don't know. You just. And then people in the chat saying, like, the guy in Nottingham, yeah, this guy, the brother of the working class man who was killed in Nottingham, spoke out against immigration, but obviously that voice gets squashed. So there probably are families out there that do speak out, but they don't get a voice.
He said because he was at the rally they had to do for that. He's behind his mother, just sobbing his eyes out, holding a picture of his brother. And a few months later, he said how just angry it was because the security services did come and tell them what they were going to say. And he was just so full of rage.
Yeah.
But
I bet
no
this country
coverage of
happens
that.
to you. I bet you get a visit from Prevent. I mean, you're fucking like your son's been murdered, and like Prevent will show up and make sure you're not going to radicalize. I mean, can you imagine?
Well, they did with that guy who who defended the pub from the Islamists and the in London that one day. He was the "fuck you, I'm Millwall."
Yeah. Wasn't that the bridge?
Yeah,
bridge attack.
One of them, yeah. When they had the car and they drove into a bunch of people and they got out and started knifing people, and he got stabbed like during this confrontation, trying to fight these guys off. Yeah. But Prevent had to make sure he wasn't having bad thoughts.
Yeah, they made him do a course, didn't they?
Yeah.
Cunt, aren't they? Absolute cunt.
In a way, though, I suppose they're right, because the natural inclination after something like that would happen. I mean, I've got to disavow it publicly, but you'd just feel utter rage and want to lash out, wouldn't you? Mm-hmm. I mean, you told the story of Liam Neeson or whatever. I saw Jay in the chat mention that I think he was telling that story from a point of virtue and saying that like he shouldn't do that. But I remember a similar feeling when I was 15. I was mugged by 5 smackheads. Basically, one of them was a smack dealer, and I was. They caught me from behind. Otherwise, I'd have given it a good going. But I was beat within an inch of my life and thrown into a ditch and left basically to die.
God.
Yeah, when I was 15.
Was that before you were kickboxing?
No, I was kickboxing, but they just grabbed me from behind and beat me up. There's nothing I could do.
There's 5 of them, and you're 15.
Yeah.
No, I get it, but like,
yeah.
No.
I had a rucksack on. All I remember is somebody grabbed the rucksack and pulled me backwards, and then I was being kicked in the head, basically. And, anyway, I'm just telling the story because after that, like I went through like a weird psychological phase of about 6 months where, I mean, I probably shouldn't talk. Well, it doesn't matter. I went through this weird phase where like, I was looking for a fight, and I wanted to like go around and beat up like smackheads. You know, I wanted like revenge, and I'm not advocating it. Of course, I disavow it's not the way to go, but that was like the response that I had. And if it was a child, I can't imagine how I would feel.
You didn't have the reaction of feeling like you deserve to be mugged or anything like that. You didn't have a reaction of feeling like, oh, I don't know, like
no,
it's
I
not their fault. I hope they're not punished.
Scum, you know.
Yeah, that's the healthy response. Yeah. So, well, anyway, I don't know how much we can talk about that, but interesting. Like Mule Meal at the movies mentions regionalism is true diversity. Yeah, the guy shouted, "I'm fucking Millwall, I'm fucking Millwall." So, I mean, in that moment, in that intense moment where he's getting involved, like fighting a terrorist, that is what came out, like his own town, you know. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't like England. No, he's like fucking Millwall, mate. You know. And I mean, we've talked about this before, but like Brexit voters, for example, live in their hometowns, right? Middle class people that move around the country a lot. They're a lot more left wing and a lot less conservative, and so on and so forth. So there's definitely something to the base local community man, I suppose.
The local man these days tends to also really hate the Londoner.
Oh yeah, because they fucking move in and buy all the houses, the cunts. Yeah, I hate them. Yeah, I hate them. I fucking hate them because you meet them in the pub and they're like, "Oh, it's so nice down here in the West Country," and it's like, "Yeah, fuck off back to London." Yeah, do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Why is it nice down here in the West Country? Because it's white. Yeah, it's not so diverse. And you say that to them, and then they're like, "Oh, but I'm not a racist." Fuck off back to London, then, you cunt. Do you know? Fucking bellends.
Yep.
Yeah, you Londoners. I wouldn't even mind it if they admitted it. If they fucking admitted it, if they just like, do you know what? The mass immigration's a bit too much.
Yeah.
I thought I'd move down to the West Country just to get away. Like, you've got a point. But they won't. They'll call me a racist. And it's like, mate, at least I know I'm fucking racist. You fucking moved down here to get away from them. And you won't fucking admit it to yourself. And then you'll go out and you'll vote for fucking Labour. You absolute cunt. Sorry. Yeah, Londoners, yeah. Bellends, yeah. Right. Shall we segue into this? Look how grey his hair is.
Yeah.
It really is, isn't he? He's very stressed, isn't he? This is like his hair was not that grey before.
No.
But I guess we'll segue into pensioners. I mean, I don't really care about this, but because I don't really care about pensioners. But anyway, let's have a look.
There, a note there. You said it's unpopular. Are you willing to be unpopular?
We're going to have to be unpopular. Tough decisions are tough decisions. Popular
Jupa's
decisions
delight.
Are tough. They're easy.
Eh?
Did you see Jupa's delight on his face there? You've heard that.
Oh,
phrase,
right.
Yeah.
No, I haven't. No, Jupa's delight. What's that? Like the delight of
when somebody's lying.
Up.
Yeah,
the lying smile. Yeah,
they can't help but like grin and laugh. So just rewind it a bit. Watch him when he said it.
No, it's unpopular. Are you willing to be unpopular?
We're going to have to be unpopular. Tough decisions are tough decisions.
There we go. Wow,
he's thrilled. Tough. They're easy. When we talk about tough decisions, I'm talking about tough.
But he's not lying.
No,
he's not lying. He's not.
No, but he's thrilled about it though.
Yeah, he's thrilled about it.
No, he's saying it's a tough decision that he had to make. Well, no, it's not actually, because he's made so many other easy decisions to just give money away. Now, I know you say you don't care about the pensioners, but
yeah,
like the point is, there's like billions of pounds being spent on climate change abroad. Just so much government waste. There's massive public sector pay rises that he's just capitulated to.
Yeah. Yeah, no, fair enough. No, I see the point. I just, yeah, I mean, it's all been planned.
Okay. Decisions, the things that last government ran away from, that governments traditionally run away from, I'm convinced that because they've run away from difficult decisions, we haven't got the change we need for the country. And because I'm so determined to bring about that change, I'll do the tough things and I'll do them early to make sure we can bring about the change that we need. So I'm not going to apologise for this, but I do recognise how difficult it is for some people. I do recognise for pensioners, it's really hard for some pensioners here. But of course, they do rely on the NHS. They do rely on public transport. So these things aren't completely divorced. And with the triple lock, what I can guarantee for the state pension is that the increase under this government will outstrip any reduction in the winter fuel.
Anyway, I thought it was a different clip because she gets him and she points out that how much money he's wasting on other stuff. But I don't have the clip. Sorry about that, guys. But anyway, we know the story. The story is they're taking the pensions, they're taking the winter fuel allowance away from the pensioners, and they're giving it to train drivers instead, or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I hate the boomers. So, I mean, I do feel sorry for little old ladies. I really do. But at the same time, I just feel like, how do I feel about pension?
This is the best thing Labour have done, in my opinion. I'm fully in support of this. Fuck them.
Really?
Yeah, fuck them. Like, okay, so like most don't need this £300 a year for their fuel allowance. But even if you do, right, sell up, downsize. You could do that, but they don't because
wear a jumper, Grandma.
Yeah, fuck them, fuck these boomers, right? But they think a lot of them also will be like, say that they're all very opposed to like the welfare state and stuff, but not their own welfare. That's different because they earned it, they deserve it. No, they don't. Fuck that. Why should and we just have to keep paying for all these ungrateful boomers who could they think they need a 3-bedroom house for themselves to live in. Why? Sell up, go somewhere smaller that you can heat for less, or move in with some family. Yeah, no sympathy from me for this. Fuck them.
Yeah, the boomer hatred runs deep. I mean, the fact of the matter is, they have a strong voting bloc. The government usually tries to keep them happy. I mean, right now, because this Labour government is totally psychotic, they're attacking the pensioners, which is something which most governments just don't do. But he says it at the beginning. It's like, we're getting this done early. Yeah, he's getting this done early because he hopes that people will forget 5 years' time when they try to get elected again. That's why he's doing it. But they've got a powerful voting bloc, and essentially, whether they realize it or not, boomers are voting for mass immigration.
Yeah,
because they vote for people to work to pay for their pension.
Exactly.
Essentially.
Yep.
They might not intentionally be doing that, but that is what they do.
Yeah. So yeah.
Why
so
do
all
we
these
think
cuts
they're
are good.
doing it though? Why do we think that they're doing it though? I mean, I accept the political strategy of like Saul Alinsky tactic of saying hold people to their own standards. So the Labour Party come in, they're supposedly the party of like the working class and the poor, and now all of a sudden they're they're divorcing themselves from these people and like saying fuck you. We've got other priorities here. Why is he doing it?
Most boomers didn't vote for Labour, so their thinking is fuck them. We can spend this on our migrant class instead.
Yeah,
that's very dark if that's true.
Yeah,
they probably think boomers voted for Brexit.
Yeah,
so just like if we freeze them, more of them will die off.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, yeah, that's probably what they're thinking.
That was an idea. That was one of the conspiracies about COVID, that China made it to kill off their old people who are like costing the state too much money.
If that was the case, though, then why did we spend so much money trying to keep grandma alive for like an extra 6 months?
Well, we did, but the Chinese didn't. The Chinese didn't care. They went to us. We can screw up however we want to them. But I think it's more just likely. I think it's more likely just general Chinese incompetence.
Yeah, I don't know if these figures are correct, but I just asked Grok how much did the UK spend on COVID-19, and apparently it was 310 to 410 billion pounds we spent on COVID-19 measures, which is incredible.
Well, rogue trader there. Yeah, okay, that's fine, but they can't afford them anymore if they can't afford to heat them.
Yeah.
So sell up, move somewhere else. Use like the money that they've got from selling their bigger house. You know, help their kids. Maybe do that. But no, it's just pure selfishness. I need a house that has 5 bedrooms for just me because fuck you.
Yeah, I've talked to plenty of Zoomers, and I mean, I'm sure people are aware of this, but like you talk to young people are living with their mums and dads.
Touch your wire.
Yeah.
Young people are living with their mums and dads, which did not happen in the 90s. And you talk to them about it, and they'll just turn around and say, "Well, we've got to wait for the boomers to die off." So, like, everybody is aware of this. The boomers have got all the property. So yeah, why not downsize? Absolutely.
Yeah. It's just living within your means. If you need government help to live within your house, you clearly shouldn't be in that house.
Yeah. And you can get a part-time job, 16 hours a week or whatever.
Yeah,
I see plenty of old ladies working in shops, you know.
Gets you out a bit, yeah.
Gets you out a bit. I don't think I personally don't think a full retirement is very healthy at all. A lot of people just retire and they just totally fall to pieces.
Yeah.
Definitely you should work less. But 16 hours a week, I reckon you could do that into your 80s, to be honest with you. And it will keep you healthy, and it will keep you talking to people and moving around and so on and so forth. Because there are boomers there are retirees that just drink. They drink and they watch TV and then they die, basically.
Yeah.
Stop talking about boomers and go live in a tent, you mong. Yeah, I mean, boomers have about 75 to 78% of all household wealth.
Yeah. 25% of them are millionaires.
Yeah. They got all the wealth. They're not, I mean, just like personally, I know a boomer who, when she was a young girl, worked in London in the 60s. Okay. She told me she never even saw a black man. Like they just didn't see, even in the 60s, London was just white.
Yeah.
And she worked in some big hotel in the middle of London, right? So you didn't even get a lot of tourists. Like maybe every now and again you get like an Asian tourist or something, but it was just white, right? Now, obviously, London is brown, right? And she's still got the fucking audacity to call me a white supremacist. And it's like, okay, right. So I appreciate you're old and you're fixed in your ways and you don't know how the internet works. You can't get red pilled, but you don't need the internet to understand this stuff because you've watched this happen during the course of your lifetime. You've watched London go from a white city into a brown Muslim city, right? This is a fucking problem, and it's an obvious problem, and you're old now and you haven't realized it. So, and most of the boomers are like this. And I think it's disgusting. And I think they've been sold a lie. They've been sold a lie of this kind of idea that you have this retirement that you enjoy, which I just don't think is real at all. And I don't really understand what previous generations thought. But this whole like dreamy, you'll retire and you'll go on a cruise and you'll go on holidays, and like that's not what you're supposed to be doing when you're old. When you're old, you're supposed to be preparing yourself for death spiritually, but you're also supposed to be the elder group within society that helps guide society into the future. Not just like, oh, I'm retired, I just go and spend all my money and go on a cruise and be selfish. You can't even enjoy when you're old anyway. Let's face it, like you're fucking old, you're grey, you're wrinkly, your tits are sagging, you probably can't get an erection. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are you going to enjoy, mate? You're fucking old. Like, you're supposed to enjoy when you're young, and then when you're old, you take pleasure in reading books and things like that. That's why you should. That's great. That's why you should read when you're young, because you like store it up, and then you get something that you can enjoy or take. Get some respect from, I suppose, when you're an old guy, because you've got some knowledge that you can share with the younger generation. But the current boomer generation is just, they're just refusing to be the elders, the wise elders. They're refusing to fit into that role because they've swallowed this idea of a comfortable, enjoyable retirement.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the retirement myth has to die, and the pensions have to die as well.
Yeah,
we have to get rid of this.
I know one boomer. He was a vet for all his life, and he retired a few years ago. And he's in his 70s, I think, and yeah, like he's just completely fallen apart. He's got all these health problems. They don't know why. He's just because he's just lost. He's completely lost because he really doesn't know what to do with himself anymore. He just sort of hangs around all day, sort of goes, I'm going to go for a walk, like with the wife or something. He's just completely lost.
Yeah, you need a purpose. I don't think it's good to stop working. I think it's unhealthy. I mean, I've been unemployed several times, like for like a period of like a month or whatever, gone on the dole, and I know exactly what it's like when you're looking for a job. Like you can't help it. You become lazy, you become slobby, you end up getting out of bed at like 10 o'clock or whatever. You mooch around the house, have a cup of coffee. Before you know it, it's 12 o'clock. You have something to eat. You go to Tesco's, and then it's like 4 o'clock. And then you're like, oh, wow, that was a busy day. Right? And then and then you're like, oh, I was gonna get something done today, but the day's over. I'll get it done tomorrow. And then you sit down and watch a movie, and you go to bed. Right? That's just it's just kind of the way it is, unfortunately. Like, you need work to get the blood flowing, get you moving, get a kick up the arse, essentially. And once that stops, you fall to pieces, unless you're a very disciplined person or you've got some hobby that you're really absorbed in. Why do we always get 50 viewers at this time? Is there like another stream and then people just jump over, or is it just like?
Yeah, I think this is the time that Americans get home from work. Basically,
the American audience. Hello, Americans. How are you?
It's nearly 5 p.m. in New York, you see.
Oh, I saw the rabbis watching us. You right, Rabbi?
The American audience of this channel must just love the abuse.
Shalom.
Yeah, well, they probably do, actually, because every other English man is like kissing their ass, isn't it?
Yeah. We've got such a tough audience tonight. I mean, oh my God. So tough. In the chat here. They're calling us losers.
Are they all millennials?
Are
they all boomers? Do we have a boomer audience?
Just like to clarify, I haven't done any boomer hate this stream. Okay, no, so direct it at the other two. Okay. I've refrained.
All right. Do you want to do your segment then? Should we just segue into your Muay Thai thing? Just do a hard segue. That's not even really a segue, is it? That's just like a hard turn.
Yeah. So my grandfather was a big Muay Thai fan. How about you?
Yeah.
Really? Well, now that you mention it, that is interesting because. All right. So look, I just wanted to do a couple of minutes just to give some praise, some respect to one of the legends of British Muay Thai, who this week has retired. So this is like one of Britain's greats. He's known, it is Liam Harrison, the Hitman, over 100 fights, 90 wins, 50 by knockout, and one of the greatest of all times, my inspiration, effectively. And I just thought we'd do a segment on a great Brit who never gave up. Here's a bit of him. Ooh. So this is Liam in the Okiao shorts.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's Liam Harrison from Bad Company in Leeds.
What's Bad Company? What's that? A club?
It's his
gym.
It's his gym. Yeah.
Okay.
He's probably Britain's greatest Muay Thai champion, and I've checked all these clips for copyright, by the way, so the stream shouldn't get struck down.
Cool.
And so last week he returned after being a year out. He's 38 years old now, which is an old man, effectively, in Muay Thai. He got his knee blown out a year and a half ago in a fight and had to have full reconstructive knee surgery and came back to fight last weekend and unfortunately lost the fight and decided that that's it, he's done. So
good defense on those elbows by Liam Harrison right there. Good coverage. Good body shot.
Some damage on the bridge of the nose, too, of Harrison. That might be affecting his breathing.
Both are unloading elbows. Look at this. Showcasing the art of 8 limbs. Liam Harrison and Sexton going at it. Oh, down goes Liam Harrison. Oh, my goodness.
So he gets up 3 times. If you're knocked down 3 times in a row, it's a technical knockout. But Liam always just gets back up. He fights on forever. That's the second time. He gets back up again. Never stops.
Hold on.
When he smells.
Yep.
Those spinning elbows, they must
brutal
hurt so much.
Yeah. So the third time.
Be careful, because Liam's never really out of the fight.
3 knockdowns in a round. Going TKO. One more and it's over. That's Sexton looking to finish off Liam Harrison. Harrison wobbled again. He is bloody on the bridge of his nose. But back Sexton is going after Harrison.
Back of the head.
It was back of the head, that took him down, which is an illegal shot.
I don't think it was intentional, though, was it?
No, it wasn't intentional. Look, Liam's a great guy. I've met him a few times, and he said in the conference afterwards, "Look, I was fucked. It didn't matter that it was back of the head. There's no way." He said, "Age has caught up to me. There's nothing I can do." At the end of this, he took his gloves off and he left them in the middle of the ring, and said, "I'm done." So.
Oh, hang on. SJJ already an old man too. Ooh.
I've retired this year.
Oh, man.
But I'm a decade younger than Liam. I mean, so.
There you go. Yeah. So why? So is he rich? Did he make a bunch of money?
Well, I mean, yeah, he's done okay because he got to the one championship where the one championship is run by a Thai billionaire who was attempting to bring Muay Thai into the mainstream and make it a promotion as recognised as the UFC. So it's very popular.
Was he mostly competing in Thailand?
So he's competed lots in Thailand, but Liam's a European fighter. But he's competed in Thailand. You go to Thailand, this is why he's one of the greats, because he went to Thailand and fought all the Thais, and if you can do that and beat them at their own game, then you're one of the best. So.
Yeah.
But yeah,
why
anyway, that's my
why
segment
didn't he
on Liam.
join the UFC? Is it because he didn't want to learn how to wrestle, or just different sport? What's to stop him crossing over? Seeing as that's where the money is, or is there not much money? I've heard people criticize UFC and say actually they don't pay their fighters very much.
Yeah, so with the UFC, effectively what has to happen is you get picked up by the UFC when you're like 18 to 20 years old, and if that doesn't happen, then you're probably not going to make it. And so for Liam, this would have been like 20 years ago. He'll have been on the Muay Thai circuit then. You have to realize such a tiny percent of people make it to the UFC. And there's like thousands of people fighting.
Well, I don't get it. I mean, if he's a champion,
it's a different discipline. You have to understand, it's a completely different discipline as well. So, like UFC involves grappling. Every fight ends up going to the ground. And, people trying to break your legs and that kind of stuff through grappling.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, different sports. I do understand that. I'm just like, I don't know. I just thought that maybe that's where the money is. I don't know. That's all.
I don't think they do it anymore, but I've seen some old Muay Thai fighting where they're both just kicking each other in the balls, and it's whoever can endure the longest.
I think that's like a Chinese thing, isn't it? Like they do.
Well, no groin
this is
shots
in the ring.
are allowed. No back of the head, no groin.
Yeah, I think they used to be though, didn't they?
I don't know.
So
about
I heard that it used to be, and then they sort of think this is silly.
I've never known those rules whatsoever.
Right.
But
yeah.
Anyway, the One Championship, just to be clear, is like this brand new promotion. Well, it's not brand new; it's been going a few years now. It's this alternate promotion that's trying to rival the UFC, trying to take Muay Thai mainstream as a great sport that it actually is. I mean, it's much more exciting than UFC in many ways. Like many ways, MMA is the inferior sport. It really is. I mean, look at UFC fights; they end up on the ground. It's ground and pound, and pull your arms out and all this kind of nonsense that I hate. Muay Thai really is just like an absolute slugfest.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right there. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people complain UFC just goes to the ground. And also like the whole thing, like somebody's like sitting on top of someone and just pounding them in the face. I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't really seem like very honorable way to fight, I suppose. And it's not really full on no rules barred combat, because there are a lot of moves in the UFC that are banned because you could just easily kill someone just by, if you've got them in a harm lock or whatever, and you just kick them in the face, you can break their neck. So there's a lot of different moves that have been banned. You're always going to have some kind of system of rules in a martial art. Otherwise, people just kill each other. So you may as well go for a system of rules that gives you like the most action. So yeah, Muay Thai, I reckon it's pretty good. I heard that they headbutt people in Burmese.
There's one of the neighbouring countries. Is it Savat? I think.
Savat. Oh, is that the name of the martial art?
Yeah, in a neighbouring country, it's basically Muay Thai, but it's a bit more violent. That's it. That's it.
I can't pronounce it. That's the Burmese.
They
effectively Muay Thai.
It's Muay Thai, but plus headbutts.
Yeah.
So it's slightly more violent. But yeah, no, I hope the one. Why isn't it gone mainstream then? What's holding it back? If it's better.
So I guess the question is, why isn't kickboxing mainstream? It's a good question. I mean, it's really, I guess, an infant sport. Really, it's just never had, like, the only reason UFC is mainstream is because, like, a billionaire, a rich man decided to take it mainstream with television broadcasting and all the trappings of American TV and everything like that, and create a promotion that was big with and the same thing is now happening with this Thai billionaire who's trying to do the same thing with the One Championship, and it's going great guns. So I think the One Championship will get bigger and bigger. The reason why the One Championship is now like the Premier League the Premier promotion is because this billionaire gives fight bonuses just like Dana White does. So if you are like, he'll just pick people at random from each of the fight nights and give them each like $50,000 bonus.
Well, I'll tell you what, we could segue from this. This is a smooth segue, right? Quite a smooth segue into this dude wants to become president of Ireland. I mean, first of all, what do you think of him as a fighter?
Yeah, he's great, obviously.
Yeah, he's not overrated.
Yep. No, I don't think he's overrated at all.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's won them. Yeah. You must laugh at these as a Muay Thai practitioner yourself. These people who do like flying crane kung fu or something, where they've got like the sensei who has completely compliant students who just fall over, and they say they can't possibly fight you because their techniques are just too deadly to ever do in like a boxing match.
Yeah, there's a lot of this is what's known as bullshido.
Yeah,
bullshite. Joe
Aikido's the most famous for it, isn't it? Aikido is like
yeah. It looks pretty, but yeah,
stupid. This is what Steven Seagal does.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of fakery in martial arts, absolutely. In many ways, we talked about it last week, didn't we? In many ways, even like karate is, I hate to say is a fake martial art in many ways, because when it comes down to it, I mean, you're learning some powerful strikes and some kicks, but really, I mean, some of the forms are just the most retarded ever. You would never see anybody like holding, their hands at their waist to spar with somebody. I mean, it's just retarded. Some of the forms are stupid.
Yeah,
I know there's this one YouTube martial artist his channel is basically, he spent years and years practicing Aikido, and then came to the sad realization that it's really shit. It's just been
I know. I've seen that guy. Yeah, he told his story, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was walking down the street with all of his Aikido mate, his students, and like some big muscly dude came up to them as a group and started like mouthing off and getting really aggressive. And like all of his students were like looking at him like, well, what are you going to do? You're the sensei, And he said he was scared.
Yeah.
He was just fucking scared. And a lot of his students like backed off and he lost them. And then he started questioning Aikido and started studying other martial arts. But there you go. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, get big muscles, I suppose. Yeah.
Look, there's something to all of the martial arts out there. Like Aikido isn't all nonsense, and neither is like Wing Chun, and neither is judo. Everything has all of has something to it. But the reason why none of them are as effective as something like MMA is because it, the mixture of martial arts into the most efficient fighting form is what MMA has become. It's through the synthesis of us now like having the full knowledge of all these different fight forms and what what works best in all scenarios. That is what has become MMA, the mixed martial art form, enveloping all the techniques, and ignoring all the shit. Whereas if you do a pure martial art, then you are, you have to do all of the forms that are, because it's a full course. Effectively, it's a full technique, and so you have to learn a lot of nonsense in order to be able to fully practice a martial art in its pure form.
Yeah. You also just don't get the sparring, because I imagine in sparring there's a lot of feints, isn't there? Like, you're not going to learn how to do a feint by doing kata. So you're not going to learn how to watch your opponent and see how he's moving, and then like move according to the way he moves, and move this way and that way, and see that him step back, and etc. etc. You can only really learn that through sparring, can't you?
Well, there are kata about defensive. Okay, so that's not necessarily the case. Like, kata is putting together different forms. So you'll put a range, like the kihon is the technique. So, you'll have, like a knife hand block, for instance, and this will be like one technique that you'll learn. And then you put these together in a form, in a series of moves that are like a kata. Okay, so there are katas for defense as well as offense. But you're right, the kumite process is learning what works in an actual fight. When you see like karate guys come down to real fights that aren't in like a karate tournament where you're being judged on karate form, then it effectively just comes down to like two guys punching and kicking. Forgetting about the actual katas. So,
well, here's the other $1 million question that everyone's asked 1 million times. What do you think of Bruce Lee?
Well, yeah, I mean, Bruce Lee was amazing, of course, but I mean, how many real fights did Bruce Lee really get into? I mean, Bruce Lee was, a pure martial arts practitioner and film star.
But I heard he used to fight people on set.
Yeah, but not really. Otherwise, he'd have been breaking their face. So, I mean, when you say somebody used to fight, like, karate guys believe that they're fighting each other, but they're not allowed to like hit each other in the face and things like this, and they believe that they've had fights.
They're not properly stress tested.
Yeah.
All right. So, what do you think then? Conor McGregor, next president of Ireland, or just talking bullshit? I mean, I guess we're all in favor of it. We all support it. He's probably the world's most famous Irishman at this point. Him and Bono, I suppose. Michael Fassbender. Is he Michael Fassbender Irish or Northern Irish? Anyway, like, he's probably the world's most famous Irishman. Definitely man of the people. Obviously a warrior. He's going to get all the men to vote for him. Obviously well liked. If he's going to do it, he's got to.
He's also got a bunch of people who hate him, but yeah. I can see it being real, because he is very self-confident. He really loves himself, so I can see him thinking, right, where do I go now? President, kind of like Donald Trump did.
Yeah, well, he's done the movie star thing.
Yeah,
so that's
which wasn't great.
I thought it was all right. Everyone slagged the movie off, so I watched it, and it was, I don't know, I was entertained. It was kind of fun, watching.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him a great actor, though.
Well, he doesn't have to be, does he? He's just Conor McGregor, isn't it? He just turns up.
Yeah, it was himself. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he just like swaggers around the place, It was okay. It was a fun movie. It wasn't too bad.
So in the chat, Mr. Ewings is saying he has a very bad reputation in Dublin. That's interesting.
That doesn't surprise me, because he's like a lad, and like Dublin's like super London, basically. So yeah, I can see that.
Right.
But I mean, he has like an enormous traveling fan base. Okay.
Yeah.
So Conor McGregor fans are probably the most enthusiastic that I've ever met. There's like a deep loyalty to him, and they travel around the world to go and watch his fight. I met a couple of them in Las Vegas, actually, because he was supposed to be fighting the week that I was in Las Vegas, but he ended up pulling out. But obviously his fans had like the tickets booked weeks in advance, and so they ended up out there anyway. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, he's also very yappy. I mean, he's famous for doing trash talk.
Mm-hmm.
So if he starts to direct that trash talk energy towards the Irish government, he has some kind of like innate ability to just rile people up, like get under their skin and piss them off. He doesn't really seem to be doing it right now. I mean, you think he'd be on Twitter like all day long.
He was when that immigrant guy from Brazil, I think, stabbed the kids in Ireland, and there's some riots there. He was speaking up quite a lot there and going after the government on Twitter.
Yeah, he did, and the Irish president or prime minister or whatever he was did resign. I can't say that's exactly because of Conor McGregor, but you know, he was part of that story. I don't know. I'm not Irish. So I don't really know. Like, I've got a flipping clue what's going on, but he's got the potential. He's got a mouth. Anyway, hasn't he? He's a fighter.
Yeah.
And he's not a silent fighter. He's a yippy yappy, scrappy dappy, trash talking fighter. So I mean, I would really love him to just get involved in the culture war, essentially. Like, even whether or not he becomes the president of Ireland, if he just goes full on into the culture war with his fame and his, like, especially because like the type of fans that follow him, obviously like they're martial artists, you know, they're like blokey blokes, you know what I mean? That group, that demographic, they need to be fighting against the wokeness, and he could push them all in that direction if he wants to. So, I mean, it's there for the taking, right?
In the chat, Mr. Ewing suggests like that his violent past has caught up with him in terms of like people, his popularity in Ireland at the minute. So that's interesting. Multiple sexual assault accusations, punching an old man in the face, public infidelity, and drug use. So that's
he's got that the same chance as Tommy Robinson does becoming Prime. Yeah, okay, I can dream.
Right,
okay, you know, but he's not a Zionist shill, you know. So
he's more popular than Tommy.
What matters is he has fuck you money. So when it comes down to it, we need people like this, like Elon Musk, somebody like him who, you know, it doesn't matter if they are pilloried.
Yeah.
But it's interesting if Mr. Ewings is right that he isn't that popular in Ireland. I didn't realise that.
Yeah, but we're not Irish. I mean, if there's any Irish people who want to come on the show, you're very welcome.
Interestingly, the fans of his that I met in Las Vegas were from Manchester, so maybe it's a more British contingent.
Sorry, I mean, I was just going to use that as an excuse to segue into the Tommy segment of the week. Tommy.
Go on, mate, how are you?
I tell you what,
children, we've been trying to get this message across for years. Thank you for
when my 75-year-old grand nana is fucking phoning me up and coming over my house and going, have you seen that Tom Robinson said where I am? And he's going, that man there is completely right, and that's a 75-year-old woman.
Nana's on it. Come on, man.
Someone matters there, don't
Yeah. Cheers. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Hi, how are you?
Yes, all right.
Right,
How are you?
Cheers, darling. Thanks. Na. He said things have changed when my 75-year-old nana was ringing me up saying, are you watching Tommy Robinson? He goes, my nana.
Where he is. Who is he?
Come on, Bob. Oh, mate, how are you, bud? Right, yeah, good, man. We're on the sesh. Yeah, good, Dad. You good?
Anyway, whatever. That's Tommy, man of the people. Everyone loves him. He's also
the next prime minister.
Yeah, next prime minister. But he's also pro-immigration. You know, he's pro. We've done this repeatedly on this channel. I guess we've always got to do the Tommy segment. I tell you what, I've been on the internet for 8 years talking about Tommy fucking Robinson, but he is pro-immigration. We've got the evidence. We've got the clips. He believes in multiculturalism. I've even seen him I've seen the video of him shaking the hand of the Muslim guy, gets off the boat, can hardly speak English. But he's like, oh, I love England. And he's like, oh, we need more people like you. Okay, so the whole thing's a psyop. He's a Zionist stooge. There you go. I don't think Conor McGregor is, though. So yeah.
And the important message, the important part of the Tommy story this week is he's doing another rally. Okay, he's calling another rally to London. This time, have you seen that? It's for October the 26th.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's put out the video again. I don't know why he always does it just after being in the gym or whatever, when the veins are pulsing out of his forehead, and it makes him look like he's on like an 8 ball of coke or something. But this is what he does, and he says, "This is the most important date in recent times. Britain needs each and every one of you. We stand against the tyranny at 10 Downing Street. We will not back down. Death, prison, or glory. We want our country back. Your intimidation has not worked, Keir Starmer." And this has got 4.4 million views.
This is the thing. I thought we got rid of him after the riots. I thought he'd fucked off to Spain and he was scared of coming back because of getting arrested. But no, he's back. He's back. And by the way, he's on video inciting violence, essentially, telling people they've got to rise up against the system. And then people do rise up and they riot. And then he fucks off to Spain. And now he's back. What? So I think the whole thing's a side. But I mean, we talked about this before, SJJ. It's a shallow message. There is no like what specifically is your manifesto, Tommy? It's just like, oh, we're anti-parliament or something. We're not even like, if he was taking a strong stance saying
anti-tyranny.
Yeah, anti-tyranny, whatever that means.
We want
he's not even really a freedom of speech warrior, because he doesn't want freedom of speech for Nazis, does he? He doesn't want anyone to criticize the Jews. So it's not like a freedom of speech thing. It's just wave your Union Jack around, and it's empty. It's shallow.
So I'm now conflicted about this, because I feel like I am like the guy coming along and taking a big dump on what is like the natural impulses of the British gammon coming out, and they're like, and if it's going to go around and support Tommy and be this like in the streets of London 1 million strong, then who am I to come and like stand there a bit like Daft Nick and go, nah, you're all being deluded, he's a shill, when the vast majority, their impulse is something virtuous. It is something good. And so I'm really conflicted about this, because I can see he's like the Pied Piper leading them towards the cliff, and I don't know what to think about it.
Well, maybe we could a bit more like he's at least moving them away from the mainstream, and then that leaves them more susceptible to something else, something better, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, it's just been going on for too long. I mean, I think it's just a great man theory history. Like, we're going to be stuck with him until somebody else steps into that gap. Yeah. Essentially.
Yeah.
I think we need Sargon to fill the gap, or somebody else.
One of my friends, Michael Della Brocca, at the time like the riots were going on and that, he was like chastising people on Twitter who were like calling out Tommy Robinson, saying, "Not now, don't do it now." And he like hates him as well, but he was like saying, now's not the time. We all now need to like unite in this cause, and just like put these troubles behind us and see where it goes. And so I'm conflicted about it all.
If not now, then when? Remember that one?
Oh my god! If not now, when? Yeah, the Jewish slogan.
Yeah. We looked this one up, Tarek. We talked about this a few weeks ago, but there's some like proper working class English lad, and he does like a TikTok video, and it's like, if not now, then when? And SJJ, because he's been hanging out with, was it Duvid, isn't it? Duvid, yeah, Duvid the Jew. He's like, I know that phrase. And so we Googled it, and it's an old Jewish phrase which comes like from way, way, way back. It's like a biblical reference to the riot of the Maccabees or the uprising of the Maccabees or whatever. You know, just
Yeah.
way back. And now the Tommy Tards are repeating it. If not now, then when? Yeah. So there you go. You want to do your Oh, he's gone. He ran away. I was just about to go for a wee. I was just literally going to hand over the show to oh, he's back.
Sorry, I clicked leave studio by accident.
That's all right. I was going to go for a wee. Do you want to take over, SJJ?
Maybe I should be able to present my screen or something then.
Go on then. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna wet myself if I go for a wee.
Hold on.
I had like 3 cups of coffee and an energy drink.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know where we're gonna go.
I thought are you going to do your segment, your academic agent segment?
Yeah. Well, let's talk about. Yeah, let's watch a funny video while you're gone. Okay.
All right.
All right, Tharium. I don't know if you've seen this week. I'll save the academic agent segment for Bruce Sketchpad.
Yeah.
But so there was a Halifax bank held up this week by a man with a water pistol.
Is this him trying to get in?
This is him trying to get in, yeah.
What are you doing? He stole that from me too. I broke it, you broke it. Like, you broke £1 million now! I gotta
£1 million now.
Come down, man. Bring the police, bring the army around the corner, bring everyone. I'm holding up. Why are you going to go? They have £1 million I sue them for. Did I get that £1 million in cash? No one's leaving here. This is a hold up. Allahu Akbar! I am holding up Barclays Bank, Southall. Mr. Halifax, Kim man, not Barclays. Ali. Allah, bro. Mr. Kim Jong Ali, the ruler of the United Kingdom after the Queen died. Remember this day? Mr. Kim Jong Ali. Mr. Kim Jong Ali.
So anyway,
yeah.
This is what we're facing here on the streets of Britain now.
Yeah.
Will this guy go to jail? I don't know.
Linked to this, do you see in America, their black population decided that there was an infinite money glitch at the bank, the Chase banks?
Yes, I did see this.
It was actually just check fraud, and now they all have to pay back the money they thought they'd got. Yeah.
Yeah. So, from my understanding, what it was is there was a way that you could take a check to an ATM in America, and it worked on a trust-based system. So you would put the check in an envelope, put it into the machine, and then key in the amount that the check was for on the screen. And then it would, like, on a trust-based system, if it was a low amount of money, credit your account with that money before the check is then verified through the system.
Yeah.
And apparently this has just been going on, like, for years in America, but now some black people discovered that you can withdraw that money, started making, like, TikToks about it.
Doing their fake checks for $10,000 and thinking, wow, this is mine now.
Yeah.
No, in their bank account, which at these ATMs, which have cameras, it's their literal bank accounts. They've got all their details, and I think infinite money.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good scam. I guess you can get away with it once, can't you?
No.
No,
because the bank will, when they go to cash that check that you paid in, they will just go, "Oh, this is fake. You now owe us all this money."
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go, black people. Yeah. Bunch of muppets. Go on then. Can we do our AA section? Can we do it?
So, academic agent this week. Then I don't have the jingle.
Well, how do you do your jingles anyway?
Just on my phone. I just pull something up.
Oh, you hold it up to the mic.
Yeah. But because I wasn't prepared, then I don't.
Do you have like? I know we should probably not be doing this live on the stream, but like if I play a video, can I stream it on StreamYard? I can't, can I? It has to be in a tab, doesn't it?
Where's the video located?
On my computer.
So what you have to do is go into, can you see brand on the right hand side?
Brand?
Yeah, on the right hand side toolbar in StreamYard.
So there's comments, banners. Oh yeah, oh okay.
Brand.
Oh.
Then there's upload video in below there somewhere.
Oh, that's new.
And you can upload a video to that.
Add a video clip.
I think it can only be 10 minutes long or something. But,
Oh, okay, that's cool. All right.
Yeah.
All right, good. Yeah.
That's how people do fancy intros and things.
Oh, well, there you go. So I am so technically retarded. It's incredible. We're talking, by the way, like for people in the chat, me and SJJ have been discussing. Well, we've been discussing doing all kinds of things, but we have been discussing doing like a compilation of clips of quote unquote like dissident right thinkers just shitting on the English, essentially, because I mean this is kind of like the driving force of this message that we're trying to put across, is that the alt-right or the dissident right is basically, it's very pro-white but anti-English. So you know, your Morgoth, your millennial woes, your Mark Collett, all of these different people, they're all like, oh, white people, and then they turn around and they're like, fuck Churchill, and oh, I'm sorry for Dresden, and you know, you got Americans saying like the English are the Jews of Europe, and blah 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 blah. So most people, I think a lot of people just don't get it because they're on the fringes of the dissident right. And so they don't see this stuff, and you have to like get into the swamp and the trenches to actually like come across this stuff. So we would just be talking about collecting together a compilation of clips and just making some kind of, not even a documentary, but just like wedging them all together, you know? Yeah, exactly. So if anybody's got any clips, then send it to me. Or send it to SJJ on Twitter. Again, this is an open source live stream. If you got any stories you want us to talk about, if you got any clips you want us to play, just send it to us. And what I'm trying to say here is that this show should be a group effort. Okay, guys, I'm opening the door to you. People in the 42 people that are listening. You want to save your country? Okay, do something about it. Okay, you know, help us grow this show, help us build something, help us make something. So if you do watch a Morgoth stream, an AA stream, a Millennial Woe stream, and you see them like shitting on the English, clip it and send it to us, and we'll expose these people for being the absolute fucking shitbags that they are. Okay, in the nicest possible way. You know, it's really, I think I think they do care about the country. I just think they're very, very wrong. They're very, very wrong, and they don't realize their own stupidity, and they don't realize how bad some of the stuff they say sounds. They just don't get it, you know? So anyway, that's my little thing.
Yeah. I mean, like, British nationalism and American nationalism even more ends up, the nationalist bus is always driven into the dead end of Nazism, and it doesn't work. Everybody's tried it for like 50 years. I mean, what is the fucking point in this? It's not your it's not your glory to take. It's what is I like the very best case, it's stolen valor. I mean, what the fuck are you doing? It's not yours. But anyway, look, my academic agent shit takes of the week, but I haven't watched any of his dumb new content that he's posting, slop content, as somebody put it to me. That he's putting out now, but I do have a few tweets. I mean, for his venomous treatment of Churchill, he attempts to do like value-free analysis, or that he tries to do, like about Adolf Hitler. He like calls Adolf Hitler Winston Churchill like the greatest villain, like Martin does, and fat pig and everything. Then Adolf Hitler, it's like what's the greatest like Hitler ever? Invading Poland, invading Russia, trying to reason with the UK, opposing the Jews.
Yeah. Very soft.
What about slaughtering the Slavs?
What about declaring war on America, you absolute fucking muppet? Like, there was no reason to do it. The Americans did not want to go to war. Roosevelt got elected on an anti-war mandate. Like, he told the American people, we will not get involved in this war. So Hitler declaring war on them played a big role in them entering the war. If he hadn't have done it, it's not guaranteed that they would have entered. The guy's fucking retarded. Like, who the hell declares war in America? It's the dumbest shit
Adolf
ever.
Hitler.
Yeah, Adolf Hitler. Yeah. The greatest hero, the greatest story never told. Yeah, God.
But this is the narrative that they're pushing. This is the world Churchill made. So he's fully on this train.
Yeah, that was exactly what Churchill was asking for in all his speeches. This was it.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is the thing. I don't know. I was thinking about watching the Sargon video, but it's like 10 minutes long. I don't know. Is that too long for you? Because I wanted to kind of like dissect it piece by piece. Because now we're in the third hour, and the third hour appears to be Second World War section of the stream. Are you guys up for that?
Yeah,
we can do if you want. Yeah, I mean, here's another one, by the way. Anyone producing lol cow-tier defences of fat pig Churchill is damaging their brand.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, this is the thing. Like, it's so full of hatred. It's so full of like fat pig. I guess. I mean, we make fun of Hitler, I suppose, but I don't think I'd do it in such a venomous way. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just it just seems to me like
there's proper hatred. Yeah, personal hatred.
Yeah, like a real affront. And it's such a left-wing tactic because the mainstream hates Hitler. They hate Hitler, and they're telling everyone to apologize for the Holocaust. And then in the dissident right, they just hate Churchill, and everyone has to be sorry for Dresden, and that's it. It's just a reversal. It's the same kind of like psychotic cult-like mentality. They can't take a step back and just look at the war from a kind of, I don't know, a mature and adult point of view.
Yeah, I do have this clip actually. He put out this short this week. So, I mean, if anybody's believing that this is a value-free analysis, then just watch this.
Look at him. Look at his stupid pig face. Willingly lying to millions of people to lead them to their death and to his own country's ultimate demise. Just wanted to look at his face for a moment. I hate him so much. Look at him.
Yeah, it just sounds like a retard.
Yeah.
I mean, this is literally 1984, 1 minute of hate. Isn't it?
Oh, it is. Oh my God, I hadn't thought of that.
Isn't it? Wow. Look at him. Hatred. 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 It's like, fucking hell, mate. Like, calm down. Get a grip on reality.
AA has never mentioned his family during the war. Obviously, the Iranian side was in Iran, so they're irrelevant. But his Welsh side, I bet they didn't do anything. They're probably just some nobody up in the mountains or whatever. So he's got no connection to this whatsoever, unlike most of us who have grandparents who did fight.
Well, this is a very interesting thought, because is it the case that most of the people on the dissident right do come from families in which, you know, the grandparents did not fight, the grandfathers, did not fight in the war? Because my grandfather fought in the war.
Yeah.
My grandfather, grandfather on one side was an engineer for the RAF, so technically he didn't fight, but you know, he was working, fixing planes.
That's that you need that. You know, the planes don't
Yeah.
fly without the engineers. Yeah.
I had another great grandfather is in the First World War who got sunk on a boat. I think going up fighting the Chinese or something. I don't know. I can't remember the history, but they fought. You know, they fought. They didn't shirk their duty. And it just makes you wonder, like, you know, did Morgoth's grandparents fight? Did AA's grandparents fight? Or did they come from the kind of family who were like, oh, you know, I'm not fighting for the British Empire or whatever kind of attitude.
It's funny that, isn't it? It's never mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course on his father's side, he's a Muslim. I mean, he's got to be if he's from Iran.
Yeah.
So he never talks about that either.
Because
it's funny.
Sorry, go on. No, go on.
I was going to say, it's funny, right? I mean, I hate to just keep doing like the academic agent hate segment, but like, I mean, it's valid because he is like the dictator of the dissident, right? And he's telling everybody who they can associate with, who they can't, who is ostracized, who is in, who is out. He runs it like a mafia. Okay, there's no question about this. And the interesting thing about it is how he like took control. Really, was by leaning in to like the people who were tired of the skeptics, who were like, you know, Sargonites but more edgy. So it was like the people left over from the alt-right and this kind of stuff. And he lent into it. But most people, you know, somebody pointed this out to me, most people were completely fooled that he was like a white English guy for the entire time.
I thought that for a long time too. Yeah.
Yeah, he only revealed it. Like, he effectively got doxxed about a year and a half ago. But he used to use this avatar of George Sanders.
He still does, I think.
And so he effectively lied and with stories about like taking his daughter to I mean, I don't want to bring kids into this, but he used it as a pawn on the show in a weird way to like you know, say I'm taking my daughter to Catholic church and all this kind of stuff. And
yeah, I remember.
Most people just assumed he was one of you, and then on like you know, once you're like in the cult, you know, you're invested. Like the sunk cost fallacy is real. It's like revealed. It's like this Iranian guy.
My Iranian immigrant dad, by the way.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah. You know, mask off. You know, Iranian agent all along. And I'd just like to say as well, like I just hopped into his one live stream that he's doing now this week, and I thought that this was the saddest thing ever that I saw. Somebody donating 200, I guess this is Australian dollars to him. And he says to him, I am not doing well today, AA. I'd be thankful for some uplifting comments. Anyway, I wish you well. Love the new stream setup. So this is a guy who's like obviously formed a deep parasocial relationship with academic agent. He's funding him to the tune of $200, saying I'm not well. I just need like some comfort, please. And also, he's like probably terrified that this guy who's just stripped away 2/3 of his streams away from him is going to take the last stream away. And so he wants to like give him some positive comment. I love the new stream setup. Please don't take this one away too. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Sad. Whereas our audience hates us. They're all in the chat going, "You're a bunch of fucking monks."
Oh,
fuck me.
But if they are more than welcome to give $200 Australian if they want.
Yeah, please do.
Say whatever you want. You know, say how great the boomers are. Really hammer it home by sending lots of money to make sure we know how wrong we are.
You give me $200, I will glorify the boomers. There you go. Yeah,
definitely. 100%. Sadly, we don't have a revenue stream, so. Isn't it weird? Don't you think it's weird how like there's certain shows where it's just like the accepted like etiquette that you throw money at the streamer versus other shows who like have the monetization turned on but they never get a dime. It's just weird that there's like this assumed etiquette. If you think of it, like all the spin-offs of academic agent shows, they all got like this. They got gifted this audience who have this like drilled in mentality that I pay this streamer whilst I'm watching them.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like a golden goose. You know, you get given a golden goose that continually lays golden eggs if you get inducted through the academic agent.
I'm not against
Matthew.
it, by the way. I just want to say like that because there are a lot of people and they say, "Oh, grifting." I'm 100% in favor of people giving money to e-celebs. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. This stuff does take a lot of time and energy. I just never bothered doing it because I never had that big of an audience, and I don't know. I don't even know how to. I think I tried once to set up a super chat on a. I don't think I've got enough subscribers. I think you need 1,000 subscribers before you do it.
Yeah.
You don't?
Yeah.
You do?
No, you do need 1,000 subs.
On YouTube,
all right, so there you go.
there's other ways you can get donations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just never really been my thing, so that's why. But I am in favour of it. I mean, I in fact, when I first got involved with the alt-right, one of the very first things I said was that we need to fund the e-celebs because you need to have full-time professional political activists, essentially, if you want to get anywhere, because that's what the left's got. The left's got like a billion-pound, well, multi-billion pound industry pushing against us. So you need full-time activists. So I mean, I do like to make fun, maybe make a little bit fun of these people for grifting, but I'm not against grifting. I'm not against grifting. All people should give donations. It's good to give donations. Just don't give it to the wrong people, I suppose.
Well, for me, grifting is when you don't actually believe anything you're saying. You are just saying it so that people can give you money.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. But people should definitely donate. I mean, I don't know. I could go on a whole Linux ramble here, but I do believe, like, because essentially what we're giving here on the internet is open source content. This is like people watch this for free. And so how do you maintain that? How do you pay for that? Well, you pay for it by donations. That's the only way that it can really work. And I think that you could tear down the whole of mainstream media if people would just learn to be more generous, essentially. Because, I mean, if you think about it, like there's just no money to be made in this. I've been on the internet for 8 years. I'm not making any money, right? It's not it, and because there's no money to be made from it, people that have energy, people that are intelligent, they won't put their time and effort into it because they know that the audience will not donate, and you cannot have a full-time job doing this. But if you take a step back and think about it, I don't know, what's the maths? Like 200 people, £10 a month. What's that? $2,000 a month. You know, that's all you need. And £10 a month is just a Netflix. I've got a flipping Netflix subscription. I don't even watch it because it's shit. I keep thinking I got to cancel it and I forget. You know, so I'm paying £10 a fucking month to Netflix. I don't even watch it. You know, so why can't dissident right e-celebs get the audience to give them £10 a month, and then you can have £2,000 a month, £24,000 a year. You can live off that, okay, and that's a living for you. Now you're a full-time political activist, and you can get shit done. You can do the reading. Yeah, you can do the reading, you can do the research, and you can give all of it for free. No need for a paywall like they got in the Lotus Eaters. No need. I'm not criticizing them. They're doing what they have to do, but no need for a paywall or anything. You could give everything for free. 200 people, £10 a month. Can the dissident right organize that? No. And so, bleh, it just drags on. You know. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Flynn says he'll donate if Brutus stops talking about Linux.
Well,
hey, here's an interesting thing though, because when you start taking donations, what happens is something called audience capture. So you then become captured by audience, and you tend to give them what they want, and so then this opens up like this latest story that's happened, which is people doing like the Kremlin psyops, the Kremlin propaganda or whatever, whether they believe it or not. I think some of them genuinely believe this, but others, I think, naturally lean into just giving what they believe that the audience wants. So, like Wiven's done a video recently, talking about how his theory is that a donator will maybe send you like $5,000 with a note attached, like, oh, love your anti-Ukraine stuff or whatever, and then you think, oh, I'm going to do another one of those, and it doesn't have to be necessarily some like connected active shilling going on, but you're captured by your audience, and you naturally go down that route. Yeah, no, that's definitely true. I'm just looking at the bigger picture, okay? I'm just just for Flynn, but I mean, the way I see it, I'm a big advocate of Linux. I haven't talked about this for a while, but the way I see it, copyright is censorship. It's always been censorship. In the early days of England, copyright meant, do you have the right to copy the Bible? This popped up in the Reformation, this popped up when the printing press first came to England. Do you have the right to copy this Bible? Do you have the right to print this book? Because the government was censoring alternative Bibles and various different books because they were, causing people to get agitated, right? So that's what copyright is. It is censorship at its very core. And now we have a mass media which is built on a foundation of copyright. And so all the movies, all the music, all the video games, all the software, all the information is owned by corporations. And that is the world that we live in. We live in a giant brainwashing machine where the people of this world are getting brainwashed by giant corporations, and the foundation stone of that system is copyright. And for some reason, people defend it. An artist will defend it because they'll say, oh, but I need to make money from my art. And it's like, well, some artists make a little bit of money from their music or whatever, but usually what happens is their music ends up, or their movie or their book ends up getting owned by a big corporation, and the corporation makes most of the money out of it. So how do you tear this whole system down? How do you destroy the global brainwashing machine which is destroying this world? Well, you rip out the copyright. You rip it out. You point out to people, this is censorship. This is corporations owning ideas so they can shut people down and shut people up. What we need to build is a donation-based, open source information system so that you have creators. They make videos, they write books, they create music, they create video games, they give it away for free, and it's all financed and it's all paid for by donations through the generosity of the people. That's my vision. I think that would completely transform the world. And I think all the elements for it to happen are there, because we already have Linux. We already have essentially a donation-driven, YouTube kind of ecosystem. It's just like, for whatever reason, people can't put two and two together and see the bigger picture. They don't have a vision of a copyright revolution. They don't have a vision of creating this kind of like utopian open source information system. They can't see it, but I can see it because I drink a lot of coffee and I think about these things, but there you go. That's my little rant. So I'm not sure I fully agree. I mean, I'm open to being convinced. How would you feel, for instance, if some Zoomer nicked 60-second clips of you, started uploading them to TikTok, and just went viral and was making £100,000 a year just off of clips of you with no attribution whatsoever? Nobody could ever find you through them.
Well, they would find me if it's a clip of me, wouldn't they? So I wouldn't be bothered, because they would find me, because that would be advertising.
Well, if he just clipped that rant that you've just done with different video over the top or something, then
yeah, look,
do you get me?
Yeah, no, just not really that bothered. I've got a vision, okay? I have a utopian.
I think he'd be bothered about him getting £100,000 a year, though, and you not.
Well, whatever. I mean, there's just a silly scenario that you've just dragged up out of the pit. I have a utopian vision, okay, which is good for the people of this world, where all the movies, all the music, all the books, all the software is free, okay, and it's all just created and maintained and paid for by donations. And this would totally wipe away woke culture, because ordinary people are not interested in wokeism. It's being shoved on them by giant information industries, the music industry, the book industry, these giant corporations are shoving this shit on people. But if people had the choice, nobody would donate money for some fucking gay transgender. Well, some of them would, but the people, if we had a donation-based system, people, I think their natural inclination would be donate for things that are slightly more virtuous. Okay, so slightly more family-friendly, things that have a better message.
You could say this sort of is already happening with like the fact that nobody goes to watch woke shit or buy woke games, but something non-woke they tend to sell better. Like you had that Chinese Wukong game came out recently, millions and millions sold, whereas the woke shit, no one bought it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, maybe we'll do a whole episode. We'll talk about Linux if you want, but because I've tried to talk about this many times, nobody understands it. I did do a long 2-hour long video called Pepe Will Destroy the Information Industry, and it's got like my 10 key anti-copyright arguments, and nobody listened to what I had to say. But I just, copyright is intrinsically globalist. Let me put it to you that way. The only thing that can enforce international copyright is an international legal body. Okay. In the old days, if you wrote a book in England, people could print that book for free in America. That's just like 100 or 150 years ago, because there was no international copyright. So the only thing that's stopping you from downloading Netflix for free or whatever is America's international copyright being enforced across the world. This is a tyranny.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would love to go to Linux, but it just doesn't work as easily as Windows. That's the problem.
Yeah, because people don't invest money in it. But if we tore down Windows,
if it did, I'd be happy to swap over.
Yeah.
I bet Flynn really regrets bringing up Linux in the chat now.
Yeah.
I mean, you did it, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, anyway, go on, play us your video then. Go on.
Oh, it's not, no, this is not a video. I just needed to talk for a bit about this Martin Mead guy in game. We talked about him who went on Tucker Carlson. Well, since then, he went on Tucker Carlson, obviously, and declared Winston Churchill the villain of World War II, effectively making the argument that the bad guys won World War II. Well, it has since come out that his connection, effectively, is to Thomas 777. So this is the Martin Mead guy. He said, Guten Morgen, obviously, good morning in German. And real Thomas 777. Thomas 777 is a costume neo-Nazi, effectively. Okay. I know people cringe when we use this word neo-Nazi, but this is what they are, okay?
There are some actual ones, yeah.
Yes. I mean, just because Jews call them neo-Nazis, there are actually ones, okay? And we are here to criticize what we consider this dead-end form of nationalism. This is where it goes to die, okay? This is where you go here to become an outcast, a laughingstock, the ridicule of your own people, hated by your own society, and that's it. You're done for. You know. And this guy, he is effectively the darling of the American scene, who are the offshoot of academic agents. So there's this group called the Old Glory Club that's set up in America that recruits through academic agent scene, and what they are is they're effectively dorks. Okay, I'm just going to say it as it is. They're dorks who they're not nerds. Nerds there's some redeeming quality to nerds. Dorks are people who believe that they're cool, but they're not. Okay, nerds can be cool. These are dorks. And anyway, Martin Mead, it turns out, is a Thomas 77 stan. Blah 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 blah. So I mean, he effectively is just a neo-Nazi apologist. At the end of the day, that's what he is.
Yeah,
and all these people, go on. All these.
No, I mean,
sorry.
this is what they always do. They say, oh, you know, it starts off with like, oh, I'm just trying some reasonable criticism of Churchill, and then you pull back the mask and there's a neo-Nazi, and this really is my point all along. There is no middle ground. There is no middle ground. The middle ground is no man's land. Okay, it's like the First World War. You got the trenches. Okay, you want to live in no man's land, you're going to get shot. Okay, you either support Hitler. Either Hitler is your hero or Churchill is your hero. You have to pick a side. You cannot step over history. You cannot step over Winston Churchill. You cannot step over the Second World War. You have to pick a side. Unless you stick up for Churchill, you will be dragged into the neo-Nazi camp.
Yeah.
That's it.
Can I just say, somebody in chat said, Miami Virtue says, he says it here, Thomas 77 isn't a Nazi. He's more of a conservative, revolutionary type with a deep focus on East German history. Well, look at the quote on the page, dude. He tweeted that.
Oh dear, he's a cat boy as well. Of course he is.
Oh, he's a cat. Oh my god. Oh jeez.
Ah, he's been fucking Nick Prentice.
Oh man. Yeah. It's always the weirdos, isn't it?
It's funny how the furry community have an outsized Nazi representation within them.
I don't know if he's a furry. I mean,
well, anthropomorphic cat says furry to me. Either way, I'm in my headcanon, he's now a furry as well. It's like, but they're like the Nazi furry. It's like, so how can I be a social outcast, a furry? Right, but I want to be even more of a social outcast than that Nazi furry.
Yeah, you know, one of the guys that red pilled me first, actually interesting on the Nazi thing, was Andrew Anglin himself, the infamous neo-Nazi of the Daily Stormer. But he repeatedly pointed out that there are people out there, they just want to be part of, they want to be like goths, they want to be like punks, they want to be anti-establishment, they want to be part of some cool subculture, and there are a lot of people that just get involved with the Nazi thing for that reason. They want to be hated, they want to be monsters, essentially.
Yeah. What about this? I unironically wear leather pants and formally observe Hitler's birthday.
Yeah.
He just wants to help disabled people better themselves. How about like all of this lot? They just need someone to tell them to stop being gay.
Oh, man.
I mean, he also wears this bandana with all this long blonde hair on, which is really weird.
Oh, and he's wearing the bloody Palestinian thing.
Yeah, it's the Palestinian thing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, he does that as well. He came out. You have to care about the dead Palestinian babies because it's like the new anti-Jewish op. We're sticking it to the Jews by supporting Palestinians.
By the way, come on the show, Mjolnir. If that is that old school Mjolnir, like old school, who does the magazine, Mjolnir magazine. If that is you, come on the show, mate. Greg Johnson is indeed a Nazi furry. But you can come on the show.
Hey, look, Miami Virtue in the chat. I didn't want to single you out, and I feel really bad now because he's saying, "Look, I was wrong." So at least you can own up. I didn't mean to single you out, though, dude. But...
Yeah, well, he lives in Miami, so that's only joking. Must be a nice place to live, Miami, or it was a nice place to live.
Yeah. Shall I just play this thing that I dug up from David Irving as well this week?
Yeah.
Because I've done several debates on Twitter this week about World War II with people, and the thing that everybody always comes to me with is Hitler offered. Don't you know, SJJ? Hitler offered lots of opportunities for peace with the UK. Yeah. He kept saying he wanted peace. So, I mean,
he also broke a lot of peace agreements. But
well, every
don't
single
pay
one,
attention to that. Yeah,
including against like the USSR's best mates.
Yeah.
The last line, 2nd of June 1941, as a
So this is David Irving. I decided to dig up, listen to the opposing point of view. I thought this cool. What David Irving's pulled out here.
1941, as a private man, I would never break my word. This is Hitler speaking to Hebel, just before he attacked Russia. As a private man, als Privatmann würde ich niemals mein Wort brechen. Als Politiker für Deutschland aber, wenn es notwendig ist, 1000-mal. As a private man, I would never break my word, but as a politician for Germany's sake, if necessary, 1,000 times. You see, this diary is absolutely vital. And that's why private diaries are worth their weight.
So, I mean, there's the man of revisionism himself saying that Adolf Hitler declared he would lie 1,000 times and break his word 1,000 times if necessary.
Yep.
So
we had when Sargon, his 6 of his minions and the Lotus Eaters, they had their discussing Churchill stream, and Stelios was quite good in it. Conor was okay, but the rest were very disappointing. I was realizing, looking at it, that they're all just being leftists. Because, like you were just mentioning, what is the one thing leftists always do? They always tear down all myths, all traditions, and have nothing to replace it with. And that's what this lot.
Yeah.
So none of the Lotus Eaters lot are the Hitler did nothing wrong. But when you say like, okay, well, Churchill was the villain, where does that lead? That just leads to us hating ourselves and to, well, maybe Hitler didn't do anything wrong if we're actually the ultimate evil. And they just didn't seem to get that.
Yeah. I was going to play the Sargon vid, but that was basically his conclusion. He wants to step over it,
Yeah.
You can't.
Sargon
you can't
seems,
do it.
Yeah, Sargon seems more measured than most of his minions, but yeah, there was disappointing, and then there's also like all the whole my Dresden crap and things, which is so
the problem is,
I think I just think like when you're a child, like when you're a young boy, you look up to adults and you look up to your father specifically, and you think that your parents know everything. Okay, if you're like 7 years old, you look up to your father and you think he knows everything about everything. And then you get a bit older and you become a teenager, and then you start to see the faults of older people in general and of your father and the mistakes that he made and so on and so forth. And then maybe you'll go for a little bit of a rebellious period, and then you'll come to terms to it, and then you realize that he is just a man like you with his own, he's got his good side and his bad side, and that's it. That's part of the process of growing up and becoming an adult and becoming a man. In a similar way, when you approach history, there is a childlike view of like Churchill's the hero and Hitler's the bad guy. Okay, that's very black and white. But then you grow up a bit and you realize, Churchill made a lot of mistakes and so on and so forth. But you're supposed to go past that and realize that all historical heroes are fundamentally flawed. And that's just it. Like every period of British history is a mess. Everybody makes mistakes. I mean, Trump's getting a lot of this right now. Like a very deeply flawed person who seems like his heart is in the right place, but not really sure. Churchill's the same. You could go back. You could look at Richard the Lionheart. Like, what was that guy doing? Like doing the flipping crusades. You could look at Henry VIII. You could look at many of our kings and leaders. They've all got their flaws, but at the end of the day, they were English and they were trying to do the right thing. And you have to forgive them for it. You have to get over it, essentially. Otherwise, you're never going to be mature and you're never going to grow up.
And there was like people I mentioned. Churchill allied with the Soviet Union. Well, so did Hitler, but they don't seem to care about that. And we should, and they don't care that. As soon as Hitler was done, Churchill wanted to go, okay, now we destroy the Soviet Union too, right? Because he hated them. Why are we pushing this? Like, oh no, Churchill hated communism. Instead, they pretend like, oh, he caused it. When he didn't. He hated it. He loved the empire. He loved his time in the army in Africa, killing the natives. Like, he can be our hero if you just reclaim him rather than letting people say, oh, Hitler loved gay rights. Nonsense. Not Hitler, sorry, Churchill.
Because the thing is, he is our national myth. We are still living in his shadow. If you tear him down, you're tearing England down. And other nations and other groups will use this to their advantage. The neo-Nazis will use it to promote German supremacy. But on the other hand, the Bengalis, they want to tear down Churchill because they're complaining about the famine or whatever. Other foreigners will tear him down because they say he's a racist. The Americans, like as we've recently seen with the Tucker Carlson interview, they want to tear him down because they have their American isolationism and they're upset with Churchill for dragging them into the war. And in the way they've got it in their heads, they think Churchill helped create the American empire. It's not really true, but nonetheless, they want to tear him down for those reasons. So all of these other groups around the world want to tear down our myth and our hero in order to promote their own political goals, essentially, and we shouldn't allow them to do this.
No. Yeah, he's our hero. He loves our things. That's it.
Can I just go through like the timeline of how he actually became prime minister on the day? Because I think a lot of people really are mistaken. This kept coming up this week. Okay, when people were arguing with me, but a lot of people don't realise that by the time Winston Churchill becomes the prime minister, okay, I mean, Hitler's already invaded and occupied Austria, Sudetenland, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Norway, Denmark. And on the 10th of May, 1940, which is 8 months after Chamberlain declared war, okay, not Winston Churchill, Chamberlain declared war. And Hitler knew that he was going to declare war, by the way, because it was clear in advance. If you invade Poland, Britain and France will declare war. That was made explicitly clear as a preventative matter in the Anglo-Polish Treaty of 1939 was that. So war was declared by Chamberlain. Winston Churchill is only appointed to the cabinet that day. So until then he's only been an MP. Then 8 months later, after all of that, on the 10th of May, this is clear in the cabinet, in the war cabinet papers. So the primary source documents show us the timeline of events on the 10th of May, that at 5:30 a.m. the war cabinet is informed that Holland is being invaded. At 6:20 a.m. they find out that Belgium is being invaded. Chamberlain is still the prime minister on this day. At 11:30 a.m. They learn that French towns are being bombarded by the Luftwaffe and are present on the frontiers of Luxembourg. And then at 4:45 p.m. that day, Clement Attlee gets a phone call in Downing Street from the Labour Party, from the head of the Labour Party, who tells him that they are prepared to take their share of responsibility as a full party in a new government under a new prime minister. And at that point, later that night, Winston Churchill is made the prime minister under a government of unity in response to all this German escalation. So all that has come up to the point before Winston Churchill even gets in power. Literally, the Blitzkrieg is happening on the day. I just thought it was important to talk about that timeline.
Yeah, a lot of them just don't get it. They don't get the history. I mean, another point that came up, by the way, which deeply annoyed me in the Sargon video, the 10-minute Sargon video that he did on Churchill, he said that Churchill deserted Poland, which is just not true, because Churchill specifically wanted to invade Eastern Europe through the Balkans and move up in order to secure Poland, and it was vetoed by Roosevelt and Stalin. This is history. People should know this.
Yeah, I mean, as Anglos, the narrative should be that we were betrayed by America, not that Churchill was a bad guy.
Exactly. And Attlee, by the way, Clement Attlee, who gave the empire away. I mean, this is another huge part of this whole story. Churchill gets the blame for destroying the British Empire. And it's like, well, what about the Labour Party?
Yeah,
you know, they somehow managed to get away with everything. It all gets dumped on Churchill for some reason. It's the Labour Party that's destroyed the country.
Yeah.
The other narrative that people bring out is that we started bombing urban areas first.
It's nonsense.
Okay, and this is just absolute rubbish. I mean, what about the Warsaw bombing on the invasion of Poland? They flattened Warsaw, for instance. Okay, they were flattened Warsaw. There's like 100,000 people dispersed. It's something like 70,000 casualties, double injured. And then the bombing of Rotterdam, the carpet bombing of Rotterdam. All these occurred before Britain had dropped a single bomb. In fact, we only retaliate for the first time on May the 14th after the bombing of Rotterdam, when British bomber command is authorized to fly and bomb the oil installations in Hamburg.
And of course, there's the people are fleeing the front lines. What does that mean?
Joe's our number one hate watcher.
Yeah.
I just find it very interesting because I've never hate watched a stream.
Yeah.
I've just never done it. But good on you, Joe, mate. Like,
yeah, but they were bombing civilian targets, weren't they, Joe? So, what you think they wouldn't bomb us too? Anyway, and also, then there was the lines of refugees fleeing from the front lines that the Stuka dive bombers thought that's a good target. That happened all the time during the invasion of France. So nonsense.
So this is an interesting one. Churchill supported Zionism at a time of Jewish terrorist atrocities against British peacekeeping forces in mandatory Palestine. So you're talking about the bombing of the King David Hotel. It is interesting what would have been Churchill's reaction to that.
I think I think at the time, we'd just been through the Second World War, and we've got all these like Jewish and Muslim terrorists in Palestine. It was just wipe our hands of the problem, just get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to return back to the father analogy. It's like, okay, your father is a deeply flawed person. What do you do when someone comes up and starts making fun of your dad? What do? Do you stand there and agree with them? Or do you give them a punch in the face? Like, what the fuck do you do? Like, that's my father, In the same way, Churchill is this nation's hero, and we've got a bunch of grubby, dirty neo-Nazi scumbags sitting on the internet slagging him off and teaming up with Americans and Bengalis, and I just can't tolerate it. I'm sorry. That's it. He's good. You can all just fuck off. That's really what it comes down to. It's psychological all the way. I don't care about his faults. I just don't care. I'm so sick and tired of being told to apologize for everything. I will not apologize for Churchill.
Yeah. And like I said, this is what the leftists do. And the sort of the gay right are behaving in exactly the same way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Joe says that we are wise to not talk about who was funding Churchill. So this is the story. I don't mind talking about it. This is the story that was put forward, I think, by David Irving, mainly dug this up, about the focus group. Jewish people were funding Churchill to get him into power or something. But for one, I don't doubt that Winston Churchill was pro-Jewish. He was the MP for Stretford in Manchester, which had like a quarter Jewish population. He grew up amongst Jews. He was favourable to them. Being a Zionist 100 years ago was completely different to what it is today, for the record. I mean, he genuinely believed in his heart that sorting out that this Jewish problem had to be sorted out, and to give them a place in the Middle East was probably the best solution. And if some Jews, were coming to him and encouraging him along these lines, I'm sure that it just seemed amicable to him to do this anyway. And it doesn't strike me as anything crazy.
I mean, can we just point out, because I don't think I've talked about this yet on the stream, but the Jewish people before the Second World War actually were quite patriotic. Many of them fought for Germany. Tens of thousands of them fought for Germany in the First World War. Tens of thousands of them fought for Russia in the First World War. So they were, I mean, obviously I'm fully aware of the Jewish question and their long history of getting kicked out of countries and so on and so forth. But nonetheless, they were sort of integrating into those countries, and it was Hitler and the Holocaust that changed all of that. Now you'd never find a Jew like joining the army. You just wouldn't. It's essentially the Holocaust achieved the goal of turning Jewish people against nationalism and turning them all into Zionists of one type or another.
I mean, there were some early Jewish supporters of the Nazis in Germany to begin with, until that didn't work out well for them.
Well, I mean, Hitler had a Jewish doctor, right? There was a famous Jewish musician, I think. There were definitely Jews involved with Nazi. Hitler was a Zionist. People make fun of Churchill for being a Zionist. Hitler was they literally printed a coin with a swastika on one side and a flipping Star of David on the other. In fact, Neil Kinnock of the Labour Party got in trouble for this. I think I remember a few years back. You remember this? Neil Kinnock of the Labour Party got in trouble for pointing this out.
Ken Livingstone.
Oh, it's Ken Livingstone. Sorry, the other Labour guy. But yeah, got in trouble for pointing this out. Which was part of the whole Corbynite purge. But okay, Nazis like to say Churchill was a Zionist. Hitler was a Zionist. like it's absurd. It's so absurd. These people just lack any kind of self-reflection. They criticized Churchill for teaming up with Stalin when Hitler himself teamed up with Stalin. They criticized Churchill for being a Zionist when Hitler himself was a Zionist. It doesn't make any sense at all. So there you go. Do you want to do your quote thing?
Oh, yeah, the fake.
Yeah, I'm really
fake
interested.
Quotes.
Yeah.
So one of the other things that I keep getting spammed at me are like fake Churchill quotes. So here is like an example. The unforgivable sin of Hitler's Germany was to develop a new economic system by which the international bankers were deprived of their profits. Well, I hate to break it, it's a false quote, it's fake. It doesn't exist anywhere. You can't find it. Churchill's writings and speeches are the most documented things in like British history. Okay, there's an entire archive dedicated to it. These things don't exist anywhere. There is like an industry of fake quotes, and I responded to it with this one. For instance, the problem with internet quotes is that you can't always depend on their accuracy. Abraham Lincoln, 1864. Okay, but this is just one of many. I've got. So here's my other one here. Famous one where he says we butchered the wrong pig. Okay. Germany's unforgivable crime before World War II was its attempt to loosen its economy out of the world trade system. I can't do it. And to build up an own exchange system from which the world finance couldn't profit anymore. We butchered the wrong pig.
Yeah.
And here's the same quote, but even with different wording. Germany's unforgivable crime before the Second World War was an attempt to extricate her economic power from the world's trading system and create her own exchange mechanism which would deny world finance its opportunity to profit. Now, it turns out that people have tracked these quotes down and they've done entire articles on it and figured out effectively that the first time that this butchered the wrong pig quote appears is in a foreword to a book that was out of print, that was out of copyright, and so was reprinted by somebody on Amazon, and then they put a foreword to it and put this fake Churchill quote in it in 2001.
Right.
So that's the source of that one, and then the source of the other ones, I believe, are either The Greatest Story Never Told, Europa: The Last Battle, or Hellstorm. Those three great documentaries.
Yeah, the big three. The big three. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I mean, and these quotes do a lot to convince people, by the way. They do they do work. I mean, I've talked to people and they've just shot back at me with a Churchill quote saying, the Germans must die and this kind of crazy shit. And it's like, he didn't say that. It's fake. Nazis lie. They make stuff up. Okay, you can't trust them.
If it's a Churchill quote, it'll more than likely be searchable through Google, or there'll be some record of it. He is the most archived man there. You know, you'll find it. I did a test by trying to search for random quotes out of the Gathering Storm that I'm reading, and every single time, you know, it popped up. You know, every single one.
Yeah. Shall we just look at this, because I just thought it's interesting. This sorry. Seeing as like he is the leader, essentially.
French Revolution. Maximilien Robespierre gave a speech in which he used the term liberty, equality, and fraternity. He probably didn't coin it himself, but it gained great currency during the revolution because it summarized the political impulses which underpinned the desires of the revolutionaries themselves. Liberty, equality, and fraternity became the three driving forces of the Enlightenment. And these were not unreasonable things to desire either, if we take them at best. Liberty is to have power over one's own life. Equality is to not be unjustly ranked beneath others. And fraternity is to belong to a group with common interest. These are all perfectly natural political requests, which are almost always favorable, and on their own are hard to object to. So why did it all go so wrong during the 20th century? The answer, I believe, is in the nature of ideology. Ideologies are powerful things and take a particular principle and magnify it out of all proportion until it becomes the only legitimate concern for an entire state and the justification for imperial action against its neighbors. This monomaniacal focus on only one aspect of the human experience is never good, as it blinds one to other equally important aspects. The 20th century was the century of ideology, and each of the great ideologies of the Enlightenment hinges on one of the core desires expressed by Robespierre. Liberalism represents the forces of liberty, communism represents the forces of equality, and fascism represents the forces of fraternity. World War II.
Right, that's right there. I've never seen anybody say that before.
Can you just summarize it for me? Because I don't mean to be rude, but like when Sargon talks, I like my ADHD kicks in and I like zone out. So what is he saying?
Well, he's saying, okay, so you have the French Revolution and you have the famous revolutionary Robespierre, he's the guy that led the terror. He was in power for like a year, 2 years, something like that, but guillotined many of the aristocracy. And then famously, you know, the left, they always eat their own. The revolutionaries themselves turned against him and he ended up getting his head chopped off. So he's like the iconic revolutionary. But he apparently, I didn't know this, but he came up with the term liberty, equality, fraternity. Okay, which is that why they have 3 stripes on the French flag? I think it is, isn't it? I'm not quite sure. But Sargon here is essentially saying communism represents equality, fascism represents fraternity, liberalism represents liberty. And I've never seen anybody say this before, and I've never seen anybody divide up these 3 massive ideologies in this way. I just thought it was very, very interesting. You know, did Sargon just make this up, or is somebody else said this? I don't know, but it's very interesting.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So
fair enough. Do you want to see what academic agent said in response to this?
Well, hang on. Do you not want to watch the whole video?
Oh, right.
Well, it's 10 minutes.
Was a conflict between these 3 principles taken to their extreme. Each of the major factions embodied these values. The West embodied liberty. The Axis embodied fraternity. And the Soviets embodied equality. The defeat of the Axis in World War II led to what we call the post-war consensus, and the fall of the Soviet Union led to the international liberal order being the dominant ideological system leading into the 21st century.
He's not wrong, is he? Fascism got defeated. communism eventually got defeated.
Mm-hmm.
We now live in the world of liberalism, essentially, but it's a perverted liberalism.
The fall of the Nazi regime had discredited fascism entirely as a political force, and for a time in the late 20th century, it seemed that the fall of the Soviet Union had discredited communism as well. One might think, then, that the triumph of liberalism would create free, pluralistic societies which had no great ideological rifts within them. And for a time, in the late 90s and early 2000s, that seemed to be the case. However, in the West, communism was actually alive and well within our liberal democracies, resentfully breeding in American academia. Communists of all stripes looked at the racial inequalities of the United States and worked tirelessly to use them to ideologically discredit liberalism as well, leading to the strange strain of social justice which permeates all of our institutions now in the form of wokeness. This creeping method of communization gave the communists an outlet for their energies, slowly subverting liberalism little by little, until liberalism came to resemble not the libertarian Lockean version of freedom, but the Rousseauian socialistic form. Liberty is no longer the driving force underpinning liberalism. Now, liberals are more concerned about equality, even though they don't really understand why and aren't entirely comfortable about it. For the most part, liberty seems to be broadly intact, although that is certainly something that is fraying at the edges as liberal democracies increasingly look more Soviet. And so to avoid addressing this issue, the modern liberal busies himself with trivial policies and the securing of a growing suite of rights of minority groups against the majority populace. The increasing atomization of Western societies, combined with their artificial diversification through massive migration, has naturally provoked the ire of those people concerned with fraternity. This has led to both the radical left and the radical right opposing Winston Churchill for different reasons. To the left, he represents the ancient underlying tribal nature of Western societies, still expressing themselves as white supremacy or racism. And to the radical right, he represents the liberal order, which has allowed itself to be communized and diversified.
I mean, he's not wrong, is he?
Yeah. But again, like, that wasn't Churchill who did that, though, was it? Churchill wasn't going, okay, we need our gay rights now.
I've been caught out. I've been exposed.
He fed over. Sorry, is it too much? Too much Sargon? Sorry.
No, I'm just ADHD. I just I zone out when Sargon's giving his lectures.
I know it is a bit much. It is a 9-minute long video.
Yeah.
I don't know. We've never done it that long a video before. But anyway, I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
He's the anyway. I mean, the conclusion of the video. I thought the beginning part was interesting, but the conclusion of the video is that he wants to step over Churchill, and I just don't think you can do that. Essentially, but he is right that the left wing are attacking Churchill as a racist. I mean, we should rally behind that, shouldn't we?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, like the gay right who attack Churchill, it's just all it is for them is because they want to blame society for all their many personal failings. And they like to imagine, oh, if only Hitler had won, then I'd have a dozen Aryan wives who are all illiterate and all giving me lots of babies, rather than daring to have any sort of introspection and looking at their own problems themselves and trying to fix it.
Yeah.
It's just all society's problem, not them. They're perfect. But the society doesn't accept them.
Yeah. It's easier to blame everything on Churchill than looking at your own faults, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like Milo and Nick Fuentes. You know, these are two gay men who are pretending they're straight and really just want to fuck each other, right? You know,
are they still arguing? I mean, to be fair to Milo, like at least he gave up the gay, like respect where respect. You know,
did he though?
Did he not?
Did he? I have trouble looking at him and thinking, yeah, that's a straight man right there.
Yeah, he does appear to be, but it seems like at least he's acknowledged it as a vice.
Yeah.
I don't think he's overcome it, but you know. I mean, he's talked openly about being raped by a priest when he was like 13.
Yeah. Which he was saying, oh, it was Grace, I wanted it. That's clearly cope, right?
Yeah,
Whatever
I
you
think
think
that
of it
came
like
out-
that. Yeah.
That came out in the Joe Rogan podcast, didn't it? I remember that. He finally, like, he got
Maybe,
famous,
yeah.
went on Joe Rogan, and then he was like telling Joe Rogan, like, he lost his virginity with a priest
Yeah.
when he was like 13.
Yeah.
And Joe Rogan was like, what?
Yeah.
Like, he's like, no, it was great. And Joe Rogan's like, you sure about that, mate?
It's very common for people who've been victims of child abuse to sort of try and justify it like that. Oh no, I actually wanted it, because it's just easy to deal with the trauma that way.
Yeah. Oh,
There was Milo did have a great line about Nick Fuentes, where he's saying how the worst part about Nick Fuentes isn't that he's saying Nick Fuentes isn't a fabulous gay, because fabulous gays aren't the worst kind of gays. Nick Fuentes is the closeted, punching a wall kind of gay who will soon find in 2 months' time has been arrested for killing a trans prostitute in a motel.
yeah.
So not Milo, right? Nick Fuentes. Nick is that kind of gay.
Yeah, a lot of pent up frustration there.
Yeah.
Poor old Nick Fuentes. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it's like to have those desires. Like, I've always just found it to be very disgusting. Like, the idea of, like, you know, it's just like, ugh. You know, they did a scientific experiment, didn't they? They showed like a bunch of men like gay porn, and they saw their reactions, and it was just like an instant like vomit reaction.
Yeah, that's one thing.
Came out a few years ago.
That's one thing I always think funny is the people who claim, oh, they're trying to, like, the porn websites are trying to make people gay by showing them gay porn and tranny porn.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to watch it, you know. I feel like if you're the sort of person who goes on a porn site and you click, oh, that's some weird tranny porn, I think I'll click this. I think you were already a bit gay. I don't think the video made you that way.
Well, they did catch out that Pornhub guy talking about it. I think they did like an undercover, and they caught him out, and they was like, yeah, we're trying to put the tranny porn in to like turn
I know,
kids
but
into trannies.
But like, if I showed you tranny porn, hey Brutus, well, look at this. You're not going to think, maybe I want to try some of that, are you?
Yeah. No, I don't even like to look at the pictures of because they put this stuff on poll every now and again.
Yeah.
If you're scrolling down poll, people put up gore and all kinds of shit, and people will post images of like a tranny dick or whatever. It's like, oh man, I do not.
It looks like salami.
I do not want to look at that. No.
Alex Jones.
Oh my God.
Alex Jones, I think, is very funny with that because, of course, he got caught with the tranny porn. And I always think,
did he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, people saw on his phone he had some tranny porn, and
maybe it was for research purposes.
Yeah, you see, it's funny because I just can't see him as actually being into it, other than through a really autistic sort of. Yeah, I wonder how they do it then. These transgender. Oh, that's weird. That it looks like it's got the body of a woman, but it's got a penis there. That's very strange.
Yeah, no, he does seem like quite a blokey bloke. Andrew Tate will be into it though, won't he?
Yeah.
Andrew Tate loves it. Andrew Tate gives you the choice. You know, would you rather have sex with a woman that looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger or a lady boy with a big pair of tits and a dick? And he goes for the tits and the dick.
Yeah, I know. That is some people pointed out that they are right. Alex Jones is quite trubby with Blair White. Well, I don't know about that, but they were once together on a Timcast stream, and they were sitting very close to each other.
Oh man,
I think it is probably.
I doubt it.
Fascination with him. I think it's like an autistic sort of fascination with him, maybe.
Yeah.
By the way, this is Academic Agent's response to Carl's video.
Cringe.
See that?
Cringe, right? Yeah,
Cringe.
Yeah, because
Why does he go by Roland Rat? I mean, everyone knows it's academic agent. Like, why does
his original account was banned because he said, I think it was for a tweet saying that the Holocaust didn't happen but should. Basically. So then he started this. This is his second account.
What a dorkish way to just lean into the to lean into the poltards. I mean, oh my god.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that? Actually, I don't think we've talked about the Holocaust. I've become a.
Oh my god. No is the answer.
No, it's a peace and love live stream. We love everybody.
But also trigger warning.
Trigger warning. I deeply sympathize with the Jewish people. I genuinely mean that. I think like I was saying earlier, like a lot of Jews, they fought for Germany.
Wire.
They fought. Hello. They fought for Germany. Yeah. They fought for Russia. They used to be patriotic. The Holocaust made them anti-patriotic, anti-nationalist, etc., etc. But I just wanted to say, because everybody on the internet is a Holocaust denier, if you actually look up the official definition of the Holocaust, it just means the murder of the Jews during the Second World War. So it may well be.
I thought I've always considered it to be a lot more, because there's all the other ethnic groups that they were also caught up in that.
Yeah, that may be true as well. But what I'm trying to say is it may be that Auschwitz was fake. It may be that the gas chambers were fake. It does all seem to be quite silly. Masturbation machines, people getting turned into lampshades, shrunken heads, all the crazy shit that the Jews came out with in regard to what happened in Auschwitz. The question of why would you have a hospital in a death camp? None of this stuff makes sense. So I think Auschwitz was fake and gay. But if you look at the Holocaust as far as it's defined by Wikipedia and by the Jews in general, it does mean the murder of the Jews during the Second World War. And I think if you've got a war in which like 60 million people died, then yeah, probably a few German soldiers probably did shoot a few Jews during the war, right? I think that's quite, in all of that devastation and confusion and violence. Definitely some Jews got shot. Definitely some Jews got murdered. Definitely some Jews got pogromed in various different incidents across Europe. And so if you go
Not
by
just
them,
some either. I mean, millions. Okay,
Yeah.
because the millions of POWs.
Millions.
Okay, ended up dead. We know that 2 million Poles, ethnic Poles, not even Jews.
Yeah.
Probably died. It's estimated between 1.5 and 2 million.
Yeah. So if you're on the internet saying you are a Holocaust denier, which, by the way, I've said many times before, then, because you think Auschwitz is fake, okay, now you've fallen for like some kind of like weird kind of bait and switch kind of smoke and shadows kind of con, whereby it's like you accuse, I can't even just like, whereby you end up saying the Holocaust didn't happen. And so now you're in a position of essentially denying that a mass murder happened when a mass murder definitely happened during the Second World War. So you end up just looking like a cold-hearted psychopath, essentially. And people are always going to be disgusted by that.
I don't know enough to talk. I mean, this is going to sound like a cop-out, but I don't know enough to talk about Auschwitz or any, or this kind of stuff. So I do like to step over that because I feel it's like a fucking very dangerous topic. And to me, it doesn't matter about the narrative as to who started the war, how we ended up in it. I mean, so far reading like Winston Churchill's book, he's not made any mention of it yet. And so...
Yeah, David Irving apparently doesn't talk about it either. He just skips the subject altogether. But it is the foundation myth for the modern world. It is, ultimately, because the foundation myth, we live in the post-war world, and the idea is that Hitler is evil. And why is Hitler evil? Because he did the Holocaust. And the Holocaust was the most evil thing that ever happened in the history of the world, ever. And so neo-Nazis will say, well, it didn't happen. And it's like, well, actually, if you look at the official definition of what the Holocaust is, which means ethnic cleansing, yeah, that happened. Maybe the shower rooms were fake, okay, but was there mass ethnic cleansing being orchestrated by the Nazis, the Gestalt clan or whatever it was, and the death squads and all the rest of it? Fuck yeah, that happened. Fuck yeah, a bunch of crazy psychotic Nazis just butchering civilians left, right, and center. Yeah, that happened. So yeah, the Holocaust did happen. I'm sorry.
Well, they even did it to their own. I mean, what about the Night of the Long Knives? I mean, there was like 7,000 of their own rounded up and murdered over one night because, you know, Hitler feared that like there was going to be a coup upon him. So, you know,
I mean,
and
you
then
did
all the ethnic Poles who got deported, you know, to slave labor camps.
Yeah.
You did have ordinary soldiers, the people who found the camps first. And they all, you know, they all will all say, no, there was all like the stuff that you think was fake was happening. And they were so disgusted, they'd make the German guards dig their own graves and then just shot them right then and there. Which some of the neo-Nazis I have heard claim is a war crime. Whatever.
Right. So you think the gas chambers are real?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it say some stuff like, "Oh, it's wooden doors," as it's not completely airtight. You don't need to be to gas someone. Like you can gas yourself in a car without it being completely airtight.
Right. Okay.
Because like if you the death camp, you want to work them to death, but if some people you're not going to get any value out of them through work, then just kill them then and there, right?
Well, I mean, I've seen like videos like they had like, well, they got hospitals, they got like, you know, they had some drama shows in the concentration camp, like different things happened. So why
was
would
that
you
for the
have
guards?
You would have, yeah, you would have those for the guards, wouldn't you?
Prisons have hospitals and stuff.
Right. So you think it's like a prison type hospital, like prison type work camp type situation, and then they just like gassed some of them?
Yeah, probably. It's like we will work as many to death as we can, and if you can't work, then we'll just get rid of you right then and there.
Right. Do you think the numbers were exaggerated, and that's part of the problem? Because like
probably not.
Like, how do you burn that many bodies? You know what I mean?
Well, where did the bodies go though? Because we have all the numbers from before the war, and then after the war, there's a whole lot less.
We do know that there's about 4.5 million missing Jewish people, don't we?
Yeah, yeah.
At least. I hope that I don't know if that makes. I hope that doesn't make me a Holocaust denier that I didn't say 6 million. But I know that there is at least like about 4.5 million to 6 million missing Jewish people at the end of the war, and we don't know where they went because we have like, you know, the rosters of them.
Yeah.
But I don't doubt the scale of what was going on when you just look at like 2.5 million Poles were deported to forced labor camps, and that doesn't even include Jews.
Yeah.
I mean,
the Slavic genocide is always overlooked. The one thing about the Holocaust that I find annoying is the people still using it as a defense today. It's just like with slavery when black people who have never been slaves complain about slavery. Like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's that famous clip of the Jewish Israeli, some kind of diplomat or something, and she just basically admits that like whenever Israel needs anything, they just bring up the Holocaust, and then like America just says, yeah, they give them whatever they want. So that, I mean, that's definitely true.
You would imagine, wouldn't you? I mean, call me naive here and just like whatever, but you would imagine that like once a year there would be like a Jewish holiday, and that they would get together and like celebrate the fact that they were saved by us and the Americans.
Nice. That'd be nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, where is that holiday? Where are the monuments that they've built to like us coming in and saving them?
No,
also,
what's going on here?
Also, every African who is no longer a slave, could we get a holiday for all of them celebrating us for that as well?
Yeah, it doesn't happen. I mean, like,
I'm just asking questions here.
The answer is to say it's a German war crime. I mean, if that's I think that's the first answer. Whenever anybody brings it up, it's like that was a German war crime. We didn't do the Holocaust. Thank you very much. But I'm just saying, like, I think it is a neo-Nazi trap to deny that it happened. Like, whether or not you, I mean, I don't really believe in the gas chambers. You do, but I mean, whether or not the gas chambers happened or not, the fact remains. Millions,
We
like
agree people
civilians
died.
yeah, civilians were butchered. Like, let's just get that straight. Civilians were butchered. Unarmed Jewish men, women, and children were butchered by the Nazis. And according to the mainstream definition of the Holocaust, that's what it is. And so if you're saying it didn't happen, it's like you're denying that a murder happened, and so you're covering up for the murderer, and it just kind of makes you look like a psychopath.
Well, none of the white nationalists who stand for Hitler so bad ever seem to, like, ever explain to me how they can account. I keep going back to the Poles because it's so easy to say, what the fuck about what your guy did to the Polish people? I mean, they will never forget what happened to them. It's why they're so...
Polish people generally have the correct attitude of fuck both the Nazis and the communists.
Yeah.
Having suffered greatly under both. Yeah.
They carved up the country together for an entire year.
Yeah.
But just so I'm not being a coward, because, to talk about, like, the gas chambers thing, okay, the problem that I have is that I don't know enough about this, and I haven't looked into it enough. And as I'm researching, like, what happened in World War II, and I find out that, like, all the revisionist claims are built upon a house of sand. I'm intrigued by, like, what the revisionists say about Auschwitz and gas chambers and stuff like that. But as I see that all their claims, are so paper thin and fall upon closer scrutiny, then, I'm reluctant to get into that issue until I've really, really looked into it more.
I mean, it's definitely very dodgy that you're not allowed to investigate the subject matter. If you do investigate it, you get sent in jail. But again, that just further serves the myth. Like, this whole flipping neo-Nazi psyop, which I believe is driven forward by the Jewish people. Hollywood helped to create the neo-Nazi psyop. We've got Mike Enoch. By the way, Mark Collett is still interviewing Mike Enoch, the Jew who ran the right stuff, who lied to everybody for a long, long time. Then it turns out his wife's Jewish and, like, blah, blah, blah. The guy's a Jew. Okay, Weave, who works for the Daily Stormer, Jewish. You've got Jews pushing forward a neo-Nazi narrative because they know that it poisons ethno-nationalism. And so this whole Holocaust like narrative just fits in with that, essentially. It fits in with it perfectly. So
a Jewish guy once explained to me it, like, from their point of view. He said, yes, of course, post World War II, of course, we had a story to tell, and we extremely prominent in Hollywood, and so we had this story and narrative to tell, and of course lots of people made exaggerations of it, and they attempted to make money out of it, and so you get the crazy stories like the guy who was fed by an eagle or something dropping an apple, and, like, the masturbation machines and shit like this, which are elaborations of people are trying to make money upon the thing. But in general, the Jewish people who'd been, who had suffered.
Sorry, I'm just laughing
What are you laughing at? My really serious commentary, dude.
Sorry. No, I'm laughing at this comment. This stream: Haitians eating cats, boomers freezing death, kickboxing, Tommy Robinson, Halifax Bank, T77, dynamics of donations, Holocaust. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
that's
never
our
know what
stream.
you're going to get.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make it even weirder when I do my segment.
Oh, we've not.
Have you got a segment?
Let's go.
Right. Yeah, bring it on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go on, bring it on, mate. Yeah.
So you like weird stuff a bit. You like out there ideas, don't you, Brutus?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's one I'm reasonably sold on, is that the moon is fake.
Okay, I'm with you.
And I don't mean.
hang on.
I don't mean the moon landings. That's peasant tier, pathetic conspiracy theory. They happened. But the moon itself, that doesn't make sense.
This is David Icke. The moon is a hologram. Okay, yeah, go on.
No.
Yeah.
So the common theories about the moon, how it formed, is there's sort of like capture theory where the moon was just floating along and it got caught in Earth's gravity. That's impossible. The moon's far too big for that. Wouldn't happen. There's the idea that it was formed out of the same dust cloud as Earth, but it would be the same sort of, if that was the case, it would be the same sort of planet as Earth. Like it would have an iron core and it would spin on its axis. It doesn't. There's the giant impact theory that like something Mars size hit Earth and then the debris formed them. But that's just too improbable really to happen.
Yeah.
And so now we look at just all of like the standard mainstream theories, they've just got all sorts of problems that clearly they don't really know and they're wrong. So then we get to the moon itself and how it contrasts with Earth. So on Earth, you have the youngest rocks at the surface. Shut up.
Yeah. No, I'm listening, mate. No, go on.
I'm interested.
I'm
interested.
Oh,
and then the older you go, right, on Earth, the rocks get older. The deeper you go. Whereas on the moon, the soil on the surface is older than the rocks underneath that.
How would you know that if the moon's not real?
No, it's there.
Okay.
But it's clearly not quite. It's weird.
How it got
it's
there,
very weird. Yeah.
You think it's a space station, don't you? Covered in dust.
Possibly. So on the moon, the deeper you go through the surface, the younger the rocks get. The older rocks are on top. And that's weird because that only happens on Earth.
Whoa. Who the hell has done any mining on the moon? Like, how did anybody even know this?
The Apollo missions and probes and
they
stuff.
mined. Nobody dug anything into the moon.
No, drill cores. They've done that
on the moon.
Yeah, with probes and stuff.
Okay.
And they've been there. They brought rocks back. They've taken samples. Anyway, so on Earth you only have like the old stuff on top when there's been like drilling or mining. So that's weird. And then also on Earth and all other planetary bodies, the deeper you go, the more denser the material gets. On the moon, it's different. On the high levels, it's more dense, and it gets less dense the deeper you go. Very strange. The lunar dust, that's supposed to be from the yes, the lunar dust is supposed to be from all the impacts of from the meteors, but it's got a different chemical makeup to the rest of the rocks around it, suggesting it's sort of come somewhere else maybe. The moon has no magnetic field, but moon rocks are extremely magnetized. So how did they get magnetized if there's no magnetic field? All right, the Earth is supposed to be 4.6 billion years old, but we found moon rocks that are even older. That's very strange. The moon has the moon.
We lost the boomer in the audience. Never mind, Milmir. Sorry, mate. Yeah, go on, keep going.
The moon has, you can find uranium-236, Neptunium 237 on the moon.
Yeah.
But these are radioactive elements that don't occur naturally. The only way they occur is when we've created them artificially. So what are they doing on the moon? That's very weird.
So you're saying we created the moon?
I don't know. Probably not. But you have titanium, chromium, and zirconium. These are very rare on Earth, but they're found in abundance on the moon. And if you think if the moon and the Earth shared the same sort of formation, that wouldn't make sense. So why are they there? Then moon craters are all very weird. So when when an asteroid hits Earth, the Mars or anything like that, it creates like a big bowl shape. With the bigger it is, the deeper it goes. On the moon, they're all about the same depth. It's like a frying pan. So it's like they're hitting some really solid outer shell layer that is stopping them from going any deeper. Yeah. Very strange.
This is what you think it is, don't you?
Close.
Yeah.
An ancient alien spacecraft.
Then Apollo 12, when they returned to the command module, they released the lunar lander, and because it had some seismic monitors on it, and they crashed it into the surface of the moon. And it's just a tiny little thing compared to the moon, but the whole moon rang like a bell and reverberated for more than an hour, which is what you'd expect from something hollow.
Oh, you think it's
Right?
hollow? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Yeah. It's like hollow with a very dense outer shell, it seems. And then Apollo 13, they did the same with an even heavier object, and they rang for 3 hours. And on Earth, vibrations get slower the deeper they go. Whereas here, once they reached about 40 miles, the vibrations that they were receiving back were getting faster, which suggests it's hollow or you've got big cavities within the moon. And then just the size of the moon is very strange, because the moon is about 25% the size of Earth. Nowhere else is there a moon anywhere like this. So like on Mars is about half the size of Earth. Its largest moon has a 7-mile radius. The moon has a 1,000-mile radius.
Right.
So it's huge. There's only Jupiter has a couple of moons that are just slightly larger than ours, but Jupiter's 10 times the size of Earth. So it's its size doesn't make sense, and then its orbit for its size is far closer to Earth than it should be. It's got a near perfect circular orbit. Nothing else has this in our solar system. And it's just the positioning of it. It's very strange, because you know about coincidences, right? The positioning of it, it's not exact, but it's very close to being exactly the same, appearing from the surface of Earth, being exactly the same size of the sun. So when you get the eclipse, it's very almost exact. It's quite a coincidence, right?
So what's the conclusion here? Like, we built the moon, and the moon is fake. The moon is a hologram. Like, what's the deal?
Well, there's some people think it was brought here, and you see, I don't know. Do you like all these ancient myths of like stuff?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. So you see, there's in a bunch
Like
of ancient
Chariots
myths
of the Gods
around,
type thing.
a bunch of ancient myths around the world. They talk about a time before the moon arrived. Now, there's a tribe in Bolivia that claim the moon arrived about 12,000 years ago. This is the Younger Dryas era, which is when all sorts of weird stuff seemed to happen in humanity's history. And Zulu legends have say that the moon was brought into orbit by two brothers who are gods, and it's hollow and inhabited by lizard people.
Oh, wow.
We know the Zulus are very reliable.
Well, what the funny thing is, right? They also say that before the moon came, there were no seasons, and there was a thick water vapor that covered the entire planet. And you see, that's right. If the moon was not here, we wouldn't have stable seasons. We'd have a lot more extreme weather, because the moon stabilizes Earth's orbit. So, and that's only something we figured out in the past 100 years. And then they also claim that when the moon came, then all this water vapor,
doesn't it?
Yeah. And when the moon arrived, then all this water vapor fell to Earth and created a great flood. And we all know all these great flood myths everywhere. And this is theirs. And then sort of and then some of the more modern stuff, it's supposed to be dead. It's just rock. But we keep seeing these clouds of water vapor. Like the Plato crater, we keep seeing this gets covered in all this mist. Keeps getting covered in mist. Where's that coming from? That's very strange. And then there's boulders that have been moving. You can see them from photographs, that these boulders have all these tracks. So these boulders have been rolling. Like, for a dead planet, there must be some sort of seismic activity still going on it. And then since the ancient Greeks, people have been seeing weird lights on the moon, flashes and stuff. There's the Aristarchus crater has a strange glowing blue light every few years. Who knows? Some people think that's a fusion reactor, like the going on there? Who knows? But every few years, this glowing blue light from this crater.
Who
What's that
knows?
about? Right?
Yeah.
And then there's a bunch of weird photos from the surface from astronomers and probes and stuff, where it looks like possibly artificial objects. Like you got these really tall towers that are casting shadows, long shadows. Looks like pyramids and symmetrical structures and stuff. It's very weird. That's my.
So
it's just
the two
weird.
options are aliens or we
God.
built it. Or God.
Yeah. It just doesn't make
God
sense.
wouldn't
It's
need
like
a moon. God wouldn't need a space station, would he? Unless he's like
unless he put it there for us, because it's completely it's helped life flourish on Earth, right? It doesn't make sense. It's not like any other stellar body. It's not like any of the moons that we've detected on.
Wouldn't God be part of the natural example? Like, if God put it there, like,
I see what you're
natural.
saying, but
I think
see what you're saying,
if we
but
follow your logic to its natural conclusion, we have to either go with aliens or we built it and like we've regressed and forgotten about that part of our history, and it's been there like a million years.
Or it's not even, or the world is flat and the moon is actually a god, and it's beyond our comprehension.
You can look at it with a pair of binoculars and see that it's made of rock, though.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can. A good pair of binoculars, you can look up and see that is like rock.
That's not rock. That you think that's rock. It's not. It's actually the moon god.
Right. Is the moon god made of rock, though?
No.
Oh.
No. So the world is flat. The world is flat.
Why is the moon round, though?
It's just a fucking disc. I don't know.
Wait, but you can see in that picture that you put up that is a sphere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So what?
so why is that a sphere? But the Earth isn't.
I don't know, mate. Like the world is flat, and evolution is a lie, and we were all created by God, and the moon is the god, the moon god. The sun is the sun god. The stars are the planets of the rishis, and modern cosmology is completely fake, and it's all gay, and we live in Kali Yuga, and it's the age of lies. And the world is run by shape-shifting rakshasas that like to murder and eat children. Okay, that's what's going on. Okay, that's a little bit too deep. It's going to take a few years for the audience to catch up to that level.
First we've got to rehabilitate Adolf Hitler, and then
we're gonna go
we're
flat
gonna do
Earth. We're gonna get there
reptilians.
one step at a time. But yeah, I mean that's my opinion. That's my reaction to the moon segment. There you go.
Right.
When I started doing this show with Brutus, I had to make a commitment to myself never to raise this topic. I said, which really is excluding about 25% of my wheelhouse, which is like space and the stars and all this kind of stuff.
Right. It's cool. Space is cool stuff, right? But the moon's just weird. It's just weird. It shouldn't really be there. And that's like,
because modern cosmology doesn't make any sense at all. It's all a giant lie. It's mathematical masturbation. It's fucking fake. Nobody knows what's going on up there. They're talking shit. They're blabbing on about black holes and quasars and galaxies and all of this shite. It's just mathematical shit. It's physicists getting together and doing their equations. It's not science.
Well, we've seen black holes with telescopes, right?
Fuck me. You've pointed a telescope into the sky and you've seen something, and now you're saying it's a black hole. Okay, great. Whatever, dude. Whatever,
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. Not to me. But that's just the way I feel about it, you know. So
yeah.
Because ultimately,
confession.
look, you want me to? Do you believe in God? Here you go. Let's just get down to the nitty gritty. Do you believe in God?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Oh well, there you go. The entire question is a dead end, because ultimately, at the end of the day, I can't prove that God exists to you. The only way you're going to understand it is through prayer. And if you don't, because you have to, this is knowledge that is revealed through a process of meditation. If you don't do the process of meditation, it doesn't get revealed. That's it. So unless you pray, you're not going to know. And then this whole
I know a lot of people who pray but think the world is round. I mean a sphere.
That's because they haven't followed the logic through. Because once you believe in God, then you're going to believe that God is the origin of everything. If God is the origin of everything, it means life comes from God, and it means language comes from God, and emotions come from God, and which means that God must be a person. He's not just an equation. He's not just
but why couldn't
idea.
God make the Earth the sphere then?
He is a person, and if he's a person, then he has a form. I'm just giving you the logic. Boom, 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 step by step. He has a form. So what does he look like? What does he look like? Okay, well, the only religion in this world, which by the way is the world's oldest religion, the only religion that tells you what he looks like is the ancient Vedic religion of India. The Buddhists don't tell you what God looks like. The Christians don't tell you. The Muslims don't tell you. The Jews don't tell you. But the world's oldest religion does tell you what it looks like. And so all of this is described in the Veda. It's described in the Bhagavad Gita. It's all explained there. All of your answers to everything is there. And the Veda tells you the world is flat. And that's it. That is my logic. That's my logical argument. And
do you believe in the ice wall?
Yeah.
Right. And what's beyond the ice wall? Just
I don't know.
Nothingness?
I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know. I don't pretend to know how it works. I mean, I say I'm a flat earther. The real truth of the matter is I really don't understand it at all, because it could just be like, it could be so far out that it's incomprehensible, to be honest with you. It could be like multi-dimensional. It could be whatever. But the flat earth model is the closest to the Vedic model that I can see. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say.
So when Elon Musk shoots his rocket up, and you can see that the Earth isn't flat,
it's fake as fuck. I've seen people send. I've seen people send cameras into the sky, and it's flat. Right? They've done.
How high did they go?
50,000 feet.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, they do.
Well, what about like going back to medieval times? They figured this out with the fact that you see, when you're crossing the horizon on the sea, when you see a ship on the horizon, you see it sail for its hull.
It's going into the distance, and then it's slowly.
Wouldn't you see it all at once, though, if it was flat?
No, because they've done this with cameras. You see something, and it looks like this. It looks like the ship is underneath the horizon, and then you get a super zoom camera, and you zoom in, and you can actually see the ship. We've done this many, many times. So,
we're going to lose everybody.
I mean, the argument I'm presenting, is that this world is sacred. We were created by God, and the evil fucking demons don't want us to realize our sacred nature, and so they have created a philosophy whereby we were evolved from fucking animals. We were evolved from monkeys, and also they've managed to destroy heaven and hell. Because if you look at the original cosmological view of the world is in the middle, heaven is above, hell is below, and heaven and hell are real physical realms within this universe. The minute you accept modern cosmology, all of a sudden heaven and hell, they're just like some kind of weird religious concept. They're not even real anymore, you know.
Well, you see,
and so you've destroyed religion. You fucking ripped its heart out. And that's what's happened 500 years ago.
See, I'm open to the idea of other sort of planes of existence.
It doesn't
and
really
they sort of can bleed into ours and stuff.
doesn't really make any sense without a flat Earth, understanding of things.
Oh.
So look, I'm not going to try and push this point. Like you brought it up. I've learned to avoid it with SJJ. I don't want to freak him out with his autism. I don't want to upset the audience. I mean, if you're going to ask the question, I'll tell you. Like that. That's it. Okay, that's the deep red pill. Okay, we are living in Kali Yuga. Everything's a fucking lie. It's a fucking lie. Okay, you're being lied to on such a deep level that most people, they don't have the ability to comprehend it. All right, but that's what's going on.
Apart from about World War II.
Yeah, that's what.
You think yeah, you do think the Earth is really old, though, right? Because Hinduism has a very long time scale, right?
Yeah. The Earth's very, very old. We're living in Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga started 5,000 years ago. It will last for 432,000 years. By the end of it, everyone will be a pygmy, fighting with giant cockroaches, and then Satya Yuga will begin again, and a new generation of humans will be born, and they'll be 100 feet tall. And you have Satya Yuga that'll last for 2 million years, and then Treta Yuga that'll last. Satya Yuga is like 4 million, Treta's like 2 million, Dwapara's like 1 million years long, and then Kali Yuga again. 500,000 years long, and it basically everything starts out great, golden age, and then it just gets shit and worse and worse, and then you get to Kali Yuga and everything's really, really shit, and then it all gets flushed down the toilet, because that's the material universe. People have vices and they can't control it, and they get dragged down, and so it has to be refreshed and restarted again and again and again. That doesn't mean, by the way, that it's the end of the white race, because even within the Kali Yuga you have ups and downs. I think we've passed through a golden age. I think that the late Victorian period, the Belle Epoque, was a golden age for the world and for the white race. So we can bounce back. It's not all misery, but eventually at the end of Kali Yuga everything will just degenerate, because Kali Yuga is the age of extinction. That's why we're seeing the red squirrels wiped out. That's why unicorns are dead.
No, the red squirrels are wiped out because of immigrants.
Well, yeah, because the grey squirrel. That's what I'm saying. Kali Yuga is the age of extinction. The noble species get wiped out. That's why there's no more unicorns. That's why there's no more griffins. That's why there's no more furry mammoths. All this stuff. Like these species are getting eliminated. And the lower races rise up.
Do you think giants were real?
Yeah, Satya Yuga, they're 100 feet tall. People are 100 feet tall.
Oh, I don't know about 100 feet. Giants are interesting.
They find the bones all over the world.
A lot of those pictures are fake.
And then the Smithsonian, they come in and they hide it.
The Smithsonian definitely do.
They've got underground cities in Japan. You can go to India. You can go to Dwarka. It's underwater. You can fucking dive down. It's there. You can go to Ram's Bridge. I've been on Ram's Bridge. It's there. I've seen a floating rock in India. I've held it in my hand. It's stone. It floats on water. There are all kinds of crazy shit going on there, which is completely unexplained by science. Gets totally swept under the. You can look up the Ganesh incident, which probably most people haven't even heard of. You can look this up. Late 90s Ganesh incident. For some reason, Ganesh all around the world, the Hindu deity started drinking the milk. People will say it's fake. It happened. You can, many. You can look at Ouija boards, which is a huge craze. People say that was fake. It happened during the 60s. Many unexplained incidents are out there in the world that are completely unexplained by science, and it all gets swept under the rug.
I agree with all that.
Yeah,
but I just don't think the world's flat.
Yeah, well,
that's where we diverge.
Yeah, it's the biggest red pill.
Yeah,
that's it.
Okay,
it's the biggest red pill. The world is flat. Evolution is a lie, and then that's it. Let's do it, bro. I've had just about enough drink.
Okay, so it's the moment that you've all been waiting for. It's the Daft Nick segment of the week. So let me just pull up my timestamp here. So Nick was again at Speaker's Corner, it looks like, and he's arguing like he does with some Jewish guy. Here we are.
There you go. He's playing up. And this is the spirit of sectarianism. This is the spirit of sectarianism. He plays up to an Islamist audience. That is the spirit. That is the spirit of sectarianism. Brother, I'm now not going to debate you.
I know, because
I'm not going to debate you. No,
I came to prove
because
Bob, the
I'm trying to do a talk, and you're hijacking that talk for your own agenda.
Every week you do a talk.
Yes, exactly. And if you had not interrupted it, I would have kept my word. And after I'd finished this talk, I would have come and sought you out, like I said I would.
I will remind you.
Now, an incident happens later on that I'm going to call Tapgate. So we just
he is. I got to just point in, like that picture there. He's looking a bit drawn. I got to say, like you've just skipped the picture, but like his bags under his eyes.
Yeah.
Like, no, honestly, no, I'm not just being a dickhead here, but he does. He never used to look like that. He looks worn out.
It's hard work
like
doing all this.
He looks like Keir Starmer with his grey hair. You know, like he never used to have those bags under his eyes.
Mm. Well, I mean, it's hard work doing this many daft takes a week. Absolutely. Anyway, let's get into Tapgate.
I will now not debate you.
Exactly, you forfeited.
Yes, I'll forfeit.
He's
Fine.
forfeited, right?
So,
The
ladies and
Zionist
gentlemen,
is forfeited.
don't tap me. Don't do that.
Of you 539, but I.
What do you think to that there, Dave?
I missed it actually. I was. No, can you play it again? To get the exact who tapped who. Okay.
I will now not debate you.
Exactly, you forfeited.
Yes, I'll forfeit.
He's
Fine.
forfeited, right?
So,
The
ladies and
Zionist
gentlemen,
is forfeited.
don't tap me. Don't do that.
Matthew 539, but I say unto you.
I think Nick did the tapping first there. I'm sorry.
He did. We'll just skip over him reading this Bible verse, whatever this has to do with it.
Right.
You did it first. You didn't like it, did you? So don't do it to me.
No.
Don't do it to
That
me.
was an Israeli response, wasn't it?
Massive, fucking out of proportion Israeli-style response.
There you go. Blame the Jews. Blame the Jews, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm not blaming the Jews. I'm merely pointing out that Bob's "you did it first, so I get to do it 10 times harder" attitude does not actually appear anywhere in the Gospels, but it is exactly.
What the heck? And then this guy points out a bit later on here.
The xenophobes like this.
Yeah, and I'll call them out.
The Jews are not to blame for him being tapped on the shoulder. He is to blame for him being tapped on the shoulder because he tapped me on the shoulder.
There you go. You and you hit me.
But the snowflake can dish it out, but he can't take it.
So, anyway, I just thought this was like the incident of the week. It's worth pointing out, what should you do, though, in this situation, I thought, so we could just, like, have a lesson in, like, what you should do.
I will now not debate you.
Exactly, you forfeited.
Yes, I'll forfeit.
He's
Fine.
forfeited, right?
So,
The
ladies and
Zionist
gentlemen,
is forfeited.
don't
He
tap
worships-
me.
So, like, what you shouldn't do is what this guy has done in... It's like a couple of women fighting, isn't it?
Yeah. Money in it.
But what you shouldn't do is what this guy does in return. He's well within his rights to. But what you can do in this situation, okay? If the moment that somebody puts their hand on you, like, you don't know if that guy is like knifing you in the back, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You've no idea. So you would be well within your rights to grab his arm immediately and like judo throw him to the ground, which would be much more embarrassing. And you know, you should immediately, if somebody is hitting you on the back like that, you are well within your rights to use reasonable force to stop them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he didn't see Nick as a real threat, though, did he? He just wanted to stop him tapping him, didn't he?
Tap.
But yeah, that
Exactly, you
yeah.
forfeit.
Oh fucking hell! Poor old Nick. I did try to help him. I tried to bring him in line. I told him, "You don't want to go there. Look at that. Look at his hand." I don't know. Oh,
Why is he wearing that?
Because it was
Well,
raining.
that looks like a poncho.
Yeah, but it looks like a bright sunny day. Why is he wearing like a rain poncho?
Maybe he
thing?
gets spat on a lot or something.
It's a giant condom.
Yeah, he's going in.
Oh, poor Nick. Poor Nick.
He means
anyway,
well.
I mean, it could be worse. Could be Nick, innit? We do love you, Nick. If you're watching, you are a constant source of entertainment.
Please keep posting.
No hate, unwashed, no hate. You know, just you go out there and do your thing, mate. But I mean, this is what happens. Like, you march with the Muslims, and
Well, if he keeps this up, and we maintain our momentum, by this point next year, we're going to be the most popular show on the Dissident Right, which means if we have the constant Daft Nick segment, he's going to get so much publicity. It's unreal.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there's no such thing as bad publicity.
Yeah.
Think about that. Oh man! All right. Well, okay. Well, 4 hours. I guess we probably should not.
How did this 2-hour show turn into 4 hours a week now?
I know.
What the heck happened?
I know. Well, first of all, we got Tharium on, and second of all, I started drinking on the 3-hour segment. Well, I do 2 hours, and I get the third hour, and I thought, well, I'll start drinking a few beers. It makes me more talkative, I suppose.
Can't believe that you give people 2 hours of like free content. We do a bit of war stuff, or like in the third hour, and they all kick off. And like, I hate this. I'm not. Boo hiss. What the fuck is going on here?
Well, and
we gave them a lot to hate this time.
Well, I think the audience is okay. We got 50 views. We keep hitting that same 50 views, so it's kind of like the same audience does come back every week.
What I'd like to say is I've started doing spaces on Twitter, on X. Okay, so if you're not following me at Musk Maximalist on Twitter, then you're missing out on these spaces where the spaces so far now that I've done a few of them quite regular. I've not yet started recording them, so they are like, if you're there, you're only going to be able to hear them at the time, but they've been pretty damn good. We've had some great debates, quite a lot of people coming into them. They're quite energetic, quite lively, lots of debates. So, and I'm using them as a way to like publicize this show as well.
Did you get like 125 people watching?
I think that's in total.
Oh, that's in total.
That's how many people came through the show.
How many at like one time?
At one time, I think the most I've had is like 30, which isn't bad for because I've neglected the truth is I've neglected my Twitter profile for a long time. So
yeah,
just started doing them.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, okay. Trump channel, thank you very much. Miami Virtual.
Can we have a round of applause for Tharium doing 4 hours a game?
Tharium.
Oh, it's fun.
Returning special guest. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll have to bring Harry on again. Do you reckon you could bring him on? Like, you could drag him on?
Yeah, I can. Yeah. So you can find me on the Worcester Club YouTube channel and our Discord, where you can talk about anything.
Talk about anything. Mm-hmm. There you go. What else should I say? I mean, that's it. Yeah. Just there you go, everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you very much. 11:13. Don't know what else to say. But spread the show, word of mouth, like, subscribe, We're all on Twitter. Once again, it is an open source show. So if there are any stories you want us to talk about, something we didn't have any stuff like last week. We had
Now, the Anunnaki are an interesting thing, but we won't get into that now.
Next week we'll talk about the Anunnaki, and if there's anything else you want us to talk about, then just give us a message on Twitter, and we'll bring it up in the show. We did do Alan Bastard's breaking story last week, but if there's anything else you want us to talk about, just send us a message. And that's it, guys. Anything you want to say, Tharium? Ending message?
Nope. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming on, SJJ.
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of the women.
Hail victory.